Yo, 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 yo. Yo. Yo, share the stream link around. What are y'all doing, guys? Share on X. I also updated my member goal. I have to remember, I have to actually check that. Hold on, I'm sending the stream link out. Good morning, good morning. Good to see you, Gary, Alexis, Alst. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Why is Adam replying to a good morning message from 2023? I don't know. All right, send that here, send it here, send it here, send it here, send it here. All right, stream link is sent. Thumbs up the stream as you, ladies and gentlemen, tune in. I don't know what I was about to say. Good morning, Shalak. Right now, guys, this morning we're looking for direction from here. But we already know that we're kind of more bullish than bearish. If you guys are in my Discord, we've already talked about this many times, many times on the stream, off the stream, in the Discord, doesn't matter. We've been covering XLK a lot. You guys know what this chart is. If you don't, you're new, welcome. This is the tech chart. This is the actual tech chart. Anyone telling you Triple Q is your tech chart is clearly a newbie. Oh, it's Susan. Welcome, Susan. Sorry. Sometimes y'all's names change on here, so I don't know why. Joe Trader, what's up, bro? Morning, fam. Thanks, B. Thank God B is trading today. Now I don't have to lose all my money. Bro, your picture made me laugh in the Discord last week. I'll show you why here in a second. Not because of the whatever, but I'll show you why. Oh, where's Discord? That shit had me actually laughing. I needed that. Hold on, let me zoom past all these big ass gains you guys have been posting. Jesus Christ. Y'all are actually disgusting. Oh, here it is. So the reason I was laughing so hard, and I think other people too, is because you said no more trading when Bueller is not streaming, giving out call outs, right? But on the first picture, it shows like an $11,000 loss. But what I don't think people understand is that when they click on this tweet, this is actually only the first picture. There's a second picture. So it kind of like, it makes you think like, oh my God, he's actually so stupid. And then you look at this, you're like, oh. But yeah, that's funny. That's why I thought that was hilarious. Also, good shit by Cheap-tastic, guys. Did y'all see that the Carnival Cruise Lines gains he held? That was actually nuts. I was already proud of him when he was like posting like really big gains and like was like, "Yo, bro, thanks for that swing." But then he goes into the chat and he's like, "I never sold those swings of yours." And then I look and his profit loss is 6,500 open. Like what? on CCL, on a CCL swing. Y'all understand how nuts that is? By the way, this looks bad for rejection here. Like good for rejection to go down to this. Something that a lot of us in my chat love to abuse, and I'll just show you on the Ace chart because fuck Ace. We're gonna use the Fibonacci retracement tool. It's nothing fancy. We're gonna go from the previous day close to the today's open, and I want you to keep on the 50% and then these three targets. So in short, and I'll just show you on the chart that has literally everything on its screen. This is what your game. Oh my God. Okay, never mind. You don't need to draw it. It lines up with that perfectly. That's crazy. Did anyone even notice that? Lines up with a level we already have in my channel. And wish I could join the stream, but baby is sleeping on the chest, so I finally don't make noise next time. I do have the spy chain open. I'm just trying to make sure I catch all these updates from everybody real quick. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to the stream, guys. You were not laughing? Yeah, I bet you weren't laughing. That's weird. It lines up with your level. Good morning, Ecto. Good to see you, dog. And guys, right now you're looking for potential rejection. A lot of the time when we have a gap up or a gap down, we gravitate, we almost magnet to the 50% of the gap up or the gap down in some cases. Today it's a gap up though. So in short, a lot of us are looking for this level to get tested before buying dips. If this level was to break, that's going to cause more fear, and we're most likely going to see that 680 get tested today. Right now is honestly probably a great time to be on the 1 minute. Yeah, it's breaking down already. Hammer on the 1 minute under area. It's only the first thing though, right? We broke under today's open and we broke under this area. So there's a couple good short-term confirmations, but you're probably a little bit just because it's 630 or 836, sorry. Not 636. What fucking time zone do I think I'm in? All I heard was in short. No, I'm not in short. If someone is, and I know Ace is fucking with me, but this is a great thing to talk about. Ace doesn't need to sit here and be like, yo, I'm just kidding. Like, I know he's kidding. But there are going to be some people in here that aren't just kidding. And they're going to think, oh, I'm just going to wait for Bueller to say when he's going short or going long. Guys, pay attention to the game plan I am presenting to you, not to when I'm saying, guys, I'm getting in. Guys, I'm getting in. If you're relying on me, please get the fuck out of my stream. Because that's not what we're here for. Yo, I'm just kidding. Shut up, Ace. I hate you so much. So if there is someone in here that's like, yo, whenever he tells me to buy, I'm getting in. Whenever he tells me to short, I'm getting in. Like, do not do that. Please focus on thinking for yourself, right? If you want to use my levels and stuff as guidelines, awesome. But please think for yourself. I really like the 683 same days here. They're just above 100, while the 682s are just below 80. That's if you like shorts here. Today's open 684 is a great stop out point, just because if that breaks, that's probably going to start rallying into the 686s almost from that retake. Any loss of this will most likely bring 682.20. So guys, keep this in mind. And we are on the 1 minute, so these are not 5 minute confirmations. Please keep that in mind. Close some 692 swings to open for nice gains. I saw a few of you swing longs over the weekend, and I almost called out SPY longs just off of pure fact that tech is bouncing, because it does run the market, as we all know. But I didn't, because I'm scared. But great job, Carter. And great job anybody who was looking at that stuff, because I wasn't here Friday, but the tech chart was the only thing I updated on Thursday or Friday. And it was very nice. Because it did exactly what we thought it was going to do. It went down to the key area of 140, 150. Who remembers hearing me say 140 to 140, 150 about 1,000 times over the last 2 weeks? Well, guess what? You're going to hear me say it about 1,000 more times over the next 2 weeks. Because that is a very key area for the tech chart for it to keep going up. And guys, we are in fucking profits already. I don't know how. I didn't even move. All right, let's see though. Tech chart. Who's got their tech chart going? What is tech doing this morning? Pulling back so far. Pump on banks. Why are my net changes so weird? Why are these all fucked up? How many times have we seen this say 6 decimal points? I've never seen it say that. That's absolutely horrid. I just now noticed that too. I was gonna be like, guys, did y'all see that tech is down 49.8827 cents? But then I was like, wait a minute, that's very weird. But yeah, tech looks like banks somewhat helped. Nothing else really helped with that pullback. Yeah, so it looks like tech is almost by itself right now. Comms are getting a good pump. That's your Meta, Google, Netflix sector. Healthcare pumping from the lower open. Staples are at a very low open. What is this purple line? Oh, it's from my drawing. Okay. I was like, why the fuck is this here? Also, does anybody remember my analysis on the sectors? I'd like to go over that real quick as well. You heard it 141 times. Oh, I heard it 141.48 times, let me tell you. Does anybody remember my XLP analysis though? I would love to go over this real quick. We went over tech possibly bouncing in the next couple days, next couple sessions, over the next week or two. You know, I'm never going to sit here and be like, guys, Monday on the 22nd, it is going to bounce. Like, no, I'm definitely just going to give you general areas. We're not going to sit here and tell you exactly when things are going to happen because I'd be lying to you if I did. Anybody who's trying to tell you, yes, this is going to happen before the end of the year. Yeah, that's going to happen before this or that. Like, that's just not true. But guys, here on the staple analysis, can anybody tell me what this chart represents? I've gone over this a lot. I would love to start quizzing you guys on the sectors more because I would love to start seeing more of you guys actually use the sectors, not just know some of the general information for the streams. I would love to actually see some of you take advantage of this information. I do need to take a screenshot of that though. Last time we talked about this, we talked about it possibly pulling back. So it's kind of nice to see it down here into the higher low at a target, exactly how we thought it would. And then tech is like the exact opposite. They had their pullback and they were looking like they were going to bounce over the next couple days. So for those to be giving us opposite signals is actually healthy for the market because that's what they're supposed to be doing. As we can see, tech is almost filling gap. Tech almost filling gap. XOK at here. Good shit. Go back to our SPY chart. Not much more movement since then. And it's again, can anybody tell me why this isn't just dumping with tech? I can't wait to see the correct answers on this. Can anyone tell me what that tells us? Why didn't this dump as hard as tech? Can anybody tell me? Because there is a very clear answer and it's on the screen. But I would love to see why, from you guys, why this didn't jump more at the open like we saw here on this XOK chart, even though we know this is the market pretty much, right? All the other sectors, yep, good job. All the other sectors are kind of fighting against it. Those four alone, right? And it's okay that Staples isn't. But those four alone. And remember, we're talking from the open. I'm not talking about this day. I'm not talking about that day. Remind yourself what time frame we're on. And yeah, it kind of sucks with the coin trade. Anybody who took that with me, just because we are still rejecting a good level. It just kind of sucks that we can't sit there and ignore it forever. All good though. Sorry, I'm updating swings. We had to cut coin. UPS runner stock to kind of. All right. Sorry, I did make sure I got those updates out. A really big thing with me, and you can backtest my own channel if you don't believe me, is I'm really big on when I post a winner or a loss, right? A lot of people on the internet nowadays love to like get a win, and then they love to just shove it down everyone's throat, like, "Hey, look what I did." When I get a win, I like to kind of keep quiet and just kind of focus between me and my chat. Like I'll be like, "Yeah, guys, good job, awesome. Let's, nice to be happy about it, but move on." Like Jesus Christ, not everything needs a reaction. If you sit there and you meddle with one win for multiple hours, you're gonna think, "Oh my god, I'm so great," And I've seen this happen more times than not. I swear, more people turn egotistical when they get into trading and actually start to understand even just some things. And I don't mean it as if like they're an evil person. I just mean like a lot of people really get ahead of themselves, man. They really do. They see like one thing that I don't know that kind of like validates what they want to do, and then they turn it into like just really toxic shit. But in reality, you need, and what I was trying to connect this to is, in reality, you need to be focused on your winners and your losses. I focus on my losses more than my winners because I know that if I minimize them, or create some sort of consistent route for myself to kind of follow in case I'm in trouble or in case I'm not in trouble. Maybe I'm trying to take profit. Well, what is like a consistent method I can do to come up with all this stuff? And that's why we have all these different things within our own strategy and system, because it's kind of nice having these consistent routes, not just for what to do when you're in or out of trade, but just mentally to have that confidence, to have that just that comfortability, and to know like when you're overstepping your bounds and like this and that, it's good to know these things. Great answers, guys, by the way, on the sectors. Oust and W Quan, great job. Which it's not just that XLF is pumping, but that does help because there's other sectors that are also similar to its size on the SPY that are also moving up. So if they had done even just 50% of what this chart just did, you would have probably have seen. Let me open this up to 5 because some of these candles are kind of insanely hard to look at. You would have probably seen this make it to the previous day high at least. Previous day close to fill the gap, very possibly, but it probably would have made it down somewhere between the high and the close of yesterday if you had the combined effort of the other sectors with your tech pullback in that first 20 minutes of the day. Or first 10 minutes of the day, I guess we could say 10, 15 minutes. So that's why I like to cover this stuff, because now you guys can look at this and you can be like, well, why didn't this go down? Did Trump tweet? Oh my God, is there things to cry about? No, you can actually sit here and actually break down why it did what it did when it did it, and not, and have reasons for it. You're not sitting here like freaking out, crying about it. Which I don't think I have a lot of crybabies in here, but you guys know how it is across the internet. There's just a lot of people who will be like, oh my God, this and that, everything's against me. The market makers privately watch my account so I can't win trades. Like, what? It's definitely not what happens, bro. But great answers, guys. Thank you for that. I think it's important to understand the sectors because I shit you not, man. I can't find another human being on the internet that's going over sectors. And it kind of surprises me when this is cyclical. I mean, it's part of your daily market. The market doesn't move without these sectors. It has nothing to do with Trump tweeting. It has nothing to do with data. It has nothing to do with PAL. It has nothing to do with China, Russia, Ukraine, Israel. It has nothing to do with any of that shit. That's why I like this stuff the most. It has nothing to do with anything else. It's you and the strategy in front of you. That's it. There's no bias. There's no ego. I mean, maybe there's a little bit of ego, but we try to keep that quiet because we don't like having that ego voice speak up too much. It's nice to have a sense of direction, be confident, but it's a little bit kind of an overthrow to sit there and be like, no, I know this is going to happen, and then kind of causing yourself to take delusional losses. We don't want to take delusional losses. You want to take reasonable losses, losses that make sense, losses that you could totally recover from within the next few trades, not just financially, I mean mentally. You know, that trade you should not be in your head 3 trades later. And vice versa for winners as well. You shouldn't still be thinking about, oh my God, that winner was so good. Let me chase that high of what that felt like. No, that's exactly why you're going to lose your next 10 trades in a row, because you're thinking, oh wow, let me recreate that. If you're focused on just that, you are definitely going to be missing out on a lot. And guys, remember, general direction for this morning really is honed in from this area and this area here. Of course, any rejections of this key area that we're looking to kind of give us some upward momentum is definitely not a good sign, and sellers can take advantage of that. Not taking that situation away, but I kind of like to make it a little bit more passive for the people in the stream. But overall, that is what we're looking at. And yes, anything in between can be traded. I just like I just said, I just like to keep it more passive for people in here. You never know when there's like a newbie listening. I don't want to sit there and give them the wrong impression that they should just trade every literal damn level that gets broken. We are not cavemen, so we will not act like it. By the way, guys, all I've done is talk this morning. Good morning. Good to see you all. What did everyone do this weekend? Be sure to drop a thumbs up on the stream. What is up, everybody? How are you doing? Like I said, drop a like on the stream, share the stream link around. If you have anything to say or interact, please feel free to. Right now, we're watching for direction from around the 648s, around where the current day open is, really. That Manila level, the 682.24 level, in between everything, that's a lot of different levels, honestly. That's like 8 levels right now, including your overnight gap up just about. So 50% that is. So that is a very important level. Like I said in my post, 682.20s would probably act as like a median. And here it is, the exact median of the gap up. I think it's off by like 2 cents. But it's just crazy how many levels line up with that. I've had like 4 or 5 levels line up with that same one. Aloha. What is up, SF? Good to see you. Aloha. Like I said, guys, be sure to drop a like on the stream, share the stream link around it. If you have anything you want to say in the stream, feel free to share. But yeah, how was everyone's weekend this weekend? Anybody do anything cool? Did we all just hang out inside? What did we do? In case you're new or you need a refresher too, man, last week's streams were stellar, to say the least. I would definitely take a quick peek if you haven't already. Really, really awesome streams last week. This one was a full day stream, but still. Very, very cool. We even had a stream only swing called out that did better than the swing I actually typed out. So that was funny too. Just eating my oatmeal and looking at Target, Netflix, CMG for dude. I was just looking at every single one of those tickers yesterday. Oatmeal, Target, Netflix, and CMG for potential cash secure puts or to build a position. Good morning and happy Make Money Monday. What's up, $10? It's always a good Monday when you're here. $10 has a literal label for every day. Little Xmas shopping and hit a Boston bar, which the Pats can't complain. Oh, watch the Pats can't complain. I don't know what I thought that was about to say. Bull looks good with the higher low right now. Yeah. It does. I'm just not going to keep shoving it down everyone's throats, to be honest. But I am still in it, and I still like it a lot. There's plenty of people with the exact same opinion as me in my chat. I really do blame the overexposure of that company on social medias. I really do blame that. Every smart person I've talked to has said around the same thing, too. It went from literally no one talking about it to literally everybody talking about it because they thought it was going to be the next Robinhood. Like, okay, guys, calm down. I wasn't even saying all that. I was saying maybe 1/10 of that, maybe 2/10 of that. Guys, buyers might be present. You have a very 50-50 candle into a green hammer into a candle that actually closed over the today's open. It is still rejecting this area, but it did close over the today's open. That is a very important level to get over. This could actually cause some short-term upside. And yeah, those scalps now, you're definitely chilling, guys. You're not just still holding that blind like an idiot. Anybody still holding anything? WDC and Fox? All right, let me write all these down real quick. Ignore these. What was I saying? All right, we'll do Netflix, Target. We'll do just stream mentions. Intel high or low on the daily. And Rivian. God, Maddie would love to hear you say that. Maddie would love to see you type out Rivian. Yeah, this one's been doing good. I don't think there's a single person in chat that owns Rocket Lab shares. Maybe there's like one or two of you from way back in the day, but the Rocket Slab shares are kicking ass. I said Rocket Slab again. See, this is why I think now I finally have a good POV on like how longer term plays should pan out, and I mean like time frame wise, because we've done this a lot now. Rocket Lab's one of them. PayPal's one of them. UPS is one of them. Target is one of them. There's a lot of plays that we've gotten really early bounces on before. And there's plays that we've gotten early bounces on, as you can see here, that ended up breaking. So, not like we're perfect. But we have a lot of really, really good, like, long-term plays under our belt now. So I am proud of that, at least. It does amaze me how many people are going to miss out on PayPal, though. I still see so much hate revolving around PayPal, and I don't know why. This is why I said don't ever add your personal bias when you're looking at, like, long-term picks. Because it's like, well, I don't like PayPal. Okay, jackass, do you use Venmo? Yes? Oh, okay. Then you use PayPal. You bought 100 Rivian at 1840, sold 50 at 2248. Damn. Big dick swinging. I see you. I see you, G. Oh, here's that Intel you were looking at. Oh, it does kind of have a sort to it. Small caps are up, dude. They're just under all-time high. All right, let's go back to our sectors because I kind of miss seeing that number pop up. I'm still a little lost in this 6 decimal place bullshit. If anybody was interested, by the way, our play did make money and then it lost money. So the trim, we got like 23%, 21%. The loss was 14%. No, 17%. Sorry, I did the math wrong. So only a little bit of profit there. I like PayPal. We'll maybe build a position on this one too. If I find something else that's like super fucking insane, I will ping you. I'll be honest with you, this one's kind of nuts to me, but I think it's going to come down a lot more first. But this is the one that I'm like, how is this even down? So that's one that I'm definitely going to be taking advantage of. This one, kind of the same seat, different reasons. Wanted to come down more, but different reasons, mainly because of value buying. Lamb Weston is just straight up value buy. This one's like, we're still trying to look to see if it is a value buy at certain levels. It will be a value buy play, though. Anybody that doesn't find value in Netflix is, again, like I said, probably adding some personal bias and like, oh, I don't like Netflix. Like, again, the personal bias shit needs to be completely taken out of, like, not into account at all. It needs to be out of your head entirely. I don't like PayPal. I don't like Netflix. I don't like ExxonMobil. That's what those people sound like to me. I don't care if you pay your taxes, but you better be buying every high or low you see, damn it. and potentially seeing that bullish breakout we were looking for. Normally on these gap ups, we'd like to see that 50% kind of gravitated towards first. They actually stopped in the middle of that range entirely, pulled back up, and now we're seeing them potentially contest for new highs here. 685.70s right there. Oh, my bad. I also forgot to finish saying what I was saying. The reason I was sharing my result on my personal scalp this morning, even though it wasn't that fancy, it's just kind of nice to know that, like, hey, guys, you can catch a win and you can catch a small loss. It's okay. Your life isn't going to end right then and there. You're not made of snow. You're not going to melt. You're going to survive. For now. I would definitely say Target, PayPal, and UPS are like the three oust that are like the safer on the safer end, just because they're more stable companies, compared to like the LW or like Nike even almost. But I do like those ones a lot, and I like LW a lot. But I'd be lying to you if I said that that was also like a safer type, more stable company. But it's not. It's not like Netflix. It's not like PayPal. It's not like Target. It's not like UPS. And I'd say those four that I just listed are probably your best bets on the market right now for like value buying. But when I'm saying that, I'm meaning like for long term holding. If you're trying to catch options, you're gonna have to actually pick, nitpick which one, what you want to see before you get in. But overall, I do believe those are four that are pretty good. And then if I had to say a fifth gun to my head, I'd probably say Costco. But I'd just probably say it's not time yet. But I'd say this is another like crazy company that we've been seeing this pullback even against its sector, right? Staples pulled back too, but even Staples have their rallies. Staples haven't been pulling back this heavy, and I only know that because I look at them every damn day. So that's kind of like maybe a fifth one I have in the back of my mind. But yeah, I'd say that's about it for like stable, safe company LT plays. That's definitely the 4 or 5 stock list I would have. Also happy to see Meta having a green day finally. They're getting above a bunch of important levels, and they're headed towards other important levels. So we shall see. Shout out to Garden for having that one on watch as well as this one too. Kind of having the same thing, it's just not the same levels. So we'll be looking at that as well, just because they are important market weights. Let's go back to SPY. Let's see what the F is going on here. Are we gonna go up or what? Wow, LW. I know. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I didn't even see it did that. I did see it was at a way lower number, and I was like, oh, maybe my Thinkorswim's glitching. Because I was like 43. Doesn't this thing mean 63? But no, I still like that one. That's another big thing too. Is like you need to see pullbacks like that. Is like, oh, okay, shit. I'll just watch it for now, instead of being like, oh my god, I need to sell every single share in existence that I have. And then a week later, you're like, oh my god, I want to buy. Cost premiums and spreads on bid-ask are insane. I'll buy shares when it looks right. I don't understand why people say that though, Oust, because it's not like the bid-asks are illiquid, right? If they were illiquid and you couldn't actually do anything with the bid and ask, then I'd be like, yeah, I agree with you. But the bid and ask is very liquid, so I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying like I see a lot of people say that, but it's not like we're trading Carnival fucking cruise lines here. It's Costco. It's going to have a wider bid ask than most companies on the S&P. It's a staple stock. It's going to have a wider bid and ask. That's natural. I do see a lot of people say that though. They're like, I can't trade that. Like you can go to a spread, right? And you can adjust where you're placing that dot on the bid and ask, right? I'm not saying you don't know that, but most people I feel like don't know that. Because I see people say that. I'm like, well, and yeah, and we're not gonna probably trade options on that though. So I wouldn't do that regardless on Costco. This will be for like picking up a couple shares here and there. Just because it is a company we don't see, going anywhere. Unless you have something I don't know. Do you know about the future of Costco in the next 15, 20 years, Alst? You want to share that with me? And if you do know that information, did the robots take over? You might do. Oh, that'd be a smart idea too. I also love that about Alst, guys. There are so many people in this market that are just like stubborn thinking. Like you know how people are like, "Oh, I can't trade your levels. I trade futures." It's like, what are you talking about? You don't. This doesn't. This isn't just for options. This is for charts, right? You could trade fucking potato prices with my strategy. What I love about Alst is that he doesn't have that mindset. He comes in here and he's like, oh, you're gonna do this and that with it. Awesome. This is what I could do with it. And he's like breaking down all the different spreads he can do and what he can take advantage of with. So I love that he doesn't have this like brick wall of a mindset stopping him from also participating, regardless of him trading a little bit differently, or maybe even just trading a different instrument than us. Are we still seeing this reject? Costco hot dogs will go up to $3. That is the day the world ends. So I'm glad you told me that. So the world will end in my lifetime, is what I'm hearing. People thought it was going to end with robots taking over, but no. It was the increase in price on the staple stock hot dog. God, the day that happens, man, that is the day hell freezes over and pigs start flying. You're years into the future and your child nudges you on the shoulder and goes, Daddy, what was the war of Costco? When it was because of Costco jumping their hot dog prices up to $3. We're all veterans of the potential Costco war happening. That's a war I can see America having. You know, Australia fought what, emus? Or what the fuck were those things called? I think I have it right actually. They had a war with those animals. I could see us having a similar thing. It's just like a national food fight. No? Very interesting, guys. We went up, smacked it. No retake of it. Brings into question if this low right here doesn't hold. Do we actually make it down to 682.20s, or will we have another short-lived pullback? That is what's on the mind right now. Honestly, a great thing you could be doing right now to kind of give yourself that answer before it even happens is just spamming through these to see when they finally go the same direction as each other. You can see your discretionary is finally pulling back more. Some of these are still pulling up. And then your tech chart is just kind of teetering. And you'll see if you go to each of these, which one looks the most like SPY. And you'll find that XOK 10 out of 10 times looks the most like SPY. The only difference is that they won't always have the same length, right? The reason for today, and you guys already answered that for me today, was we didn't make it down further like that tech chart did because of other sectors, right? So imagine if you had that knowledge every single day, that all you had to do was watch tech and what the other sectors did against or with tech. Isn't that crazy? It almost defeats the purpose of even using a strategy anymore. You know, it's nice to be like, guys, over pre-market high, target previous day high. Guys, under previous day control point, look for that gap fill, you know? But that's like the micromanaging side of things. It's kind of nice to have that macro side of things so you can kind of already have that initial bias. Like today, we knew to be a little bit more bullish than bearish. But past what, right? You don't just say you're more bullish than bearish. You got to have context from where. A lot of us were bullish if 680 held. We could see that gap up today kind of initiates that, okay, we are bullish. What else can happen from here now? So now we're looking for extra moves over that 684. But understanding that a $4 gap up is not a joke, it doesn't have to do anything right at the open, as we all know. Like I said, guys, be sure to drop a like on today's stream. Share the stream link around. And if you haven't already, be sure to support the YouTube channel. If you're someone who's been here for a while, you love the streams. I don't even know how to actually pull that up, so I'm just going to type it. But you go to BuellerTrade/join, and then this cute little screen pops up. Bunch of bullshit. And then, yeah, the section for the membership stuff. So make sure to check that out if you haven't already. And we are potentially seeing the pullback under the 684 finally of this gap up. We're going to see if we can finally get a magnet move into that halfway point of the gap up, which is around the 682.20s. Good morning. Good morning. Be sure to drop it in the chat if you guys are interacting or doing anything. Right now, we're looking to see if this pullback can finally happen. We were liking it for a potential retake, failed rejection, which instantly gives us that context clue of like, okay, well, this should pull back then. Now, that doesn't mean it's always going to be timely. Of course, we would all love to see fat red candles appear, but isn't always the case. And I hope some of the levels have been helping you guys out. Like I said, don't be scared to trade the in-between of this. I just like to kind of set this a little bit more passively because that is what the system calls for. Technically, this is still bullish as long as this holds, but I don't like to argue with people that like to short from rejections of that early weakness into that level because we know that it's going to magnet towards it more times than not on gap ups and gap downs. So in today's case, pulling down to it. In other cases, we won't be pulling up to it. And hopefully that information is helpful. I think the gap fibs are some of the most slept on information in my server personally. Even though we spam it and say it, you know, I still see people not marking it or at least not being aware of it. And it's crazy because I truly think it's one of the craziest things that's ever been added to my strategy. Pretty much everything that we use today has been used for 5+ years, 6+ years, going on 7. But the only thing that really hasn't was the gap fib. If you guys remember, if anybody been here long enough, the gap fib is actually the only thing in my entire strategy that's in addition, is new, is something added by someone else. So shout out to Leland for that, but it just shows how powerful this information is. Like, you know, there's so many things that I could have added to the system over the years, but I was just like, nah, it's not good enough. It isn't mind-blowing enough. It doesn't actually do anything that great. You know, it's not like the win rate changes that much. But with that gap fib information, whew, it's like I feel dumb if you don't have it marked, you know, kind of thing. That's how good it is. Not saying you're actually dumb. I'm just saying, like, that's what it feels like. Feels like I'm making a huge grave error by not having it marked. I love seeing the people in the chat talk about it too, because it's just super, super important. I did see a bunch of you on one of the days I wasn't here over the past couple weeks. I did see a lot of you call out gap fib call out, so that's good. The gap fib is super easy. Anyone can draw it, and it actually shows you the actually important level of a gap. A lot of people just draw the barriers of a gap, and they think like, oh, that's all I need to do. But in reality, you're actually just kind of fucking yourself by only drawing just the barriers of a gap, because you're kind of drawing the obvious. You know, you're kind of drawing what anybody can draw. But with that gap 50%, or even those extension targets, when we go past certain things like the highs and lows of the previous day or of that gap, it's nice having those. Nice having actual key levels that actually work, that are actually directional, that can provide context. Very nice. You read about the gap fib in a book? Yeah. Let me reiterate that. I'm not going to ever sit here and be like, we invented the gap fib. No, it's just honestly a lot of reps. You just kind of stumble across things. And I always cover this kind of conversation because I see this across the internet, across multiple strategies, across historical information. And it's funny how a lot of things line up. But yeah, I'm not going to sit here and be like, yeah, we invented this. But we definitely did stumble across it without realizing it was a thing. Same with the liquidity grab. You know, we had no clue liquidity grabs existed. You know, we're just humble level farmers. That's all we do here. We just farm levels. But you know, you see things so many times after certain reps, after a certain number of reviews, you see things, and you're like, okay, this is a thing. This is a market mechanic. You know, so I truly see the gap fib as like a very, very, very strong tool. A lot of people on the internet like to just jump into finding something and then acting like they're the ones who found it so they can sell it to other people. But I like to actually do the opposite. I like to make it very clear what I actually thought of on my own and what I didn't. Um, I don't think it's, you know, super cool to sit there and lie to people just for sales. I don't know how people sleep at night, to be honest. I genuinely like I'm like bugged out when I know I wronged somebody, whether it was like inadvertently or not. You know, you're like, oh shit, my bad, I didn't realize I did that. You know, that kind of thing. You know, I can't sleep at night when when I do that. I'm still thinking about the guy I cut off a couple days ago. Hoping his family's okay. But a lot of people like to just jump the gun and be like, I did this, I did that. But that's cool. What book was that? What book was that? I would actually love to know what book that was. Good morning. What is up, Dr. J? It's a great morning now that you're here. By the way, Matthew, are you new or are you is this someone on their YouTube account? YouTube gave them a weird name. Or newer here? Not new, but newer. It may be hard to sleep at night, but it's made easier by imported silk sheets and all the illegal drugs they buy. No, no, you're good, Matthew. I didn't think you were. I had to make that clear though, because someone might hear me say that and be like, "Well, you didn't come up with that." I like to hold myself to that standard because there is going to come a day where I'm going to have to call out a bunch of people for taking my strategy. So I like to hold myself accountable on what I actually came up with on my own and what I actually didn't. I even shout out different inspirations from over the years, from historical accounts. But I haven't really done a lot of that. Honestly, it amazes me how many people are like searching the internet for like strategies and stuff when in reality, like me and Leland specifically, Harlan too, like we would just do so many reps. We would get so many reps on the market. We would get so many reps with our strategies, so many reps with the smaller time frames, reviewing too. You know, so many reviews, so many recaps, so many breakdowns, just to kind of re-review what happened, what didn't happen, why do we think it happened, you know, that kind of thing. So many back tests, so much back testing. And I would say that's truly where a lot of our motivation, inspiration, and just ideas have come from. It's just from looking at the shit a lot. Um, but yeah, we didn't invent any of the levels that we use, right? I didn't invent the pre-market high and how it was collected as data and provided to be put on our screens. Like I didn't come up with that. I just came up with a system that is a cool way to think about things behind these levels, you know, and these key levels that everybody has. Because I do see a lot of people nowadays drawing like pre-market previous day levels now, but I still see them using them the wrong way. Oh, you're Chimera. Oh, okay, never mind. You've been here for a fucking ever. Mastering the Trade by John Carter. I've heard that name. Well, that's a good book then, because if he's talking about gap fib somewhere in there, that's pretty important. I truly have like never found something, not just Chimera, but just anybody in here. I've truly never found something on charts that made me be like, "Oh my god, I need that in my system." Right? The only actually there is a second thing that we did add, the halfway point from Harlan, but I just never think about it as adding it because he was always here, so it's not like I stumbled across some trick and was like, oh my god, let's use that. But the halfway point was something that helped with a lot of things, the median, and then of course the same level but for gaps, the gap halfway point. It's funny too. If you go back, one of my oldest breakdowns is me covering like emerging candles, and I say this, I go, guys, anytime there's a large space between this emerging candle and this emerging candle, yes, you can draw that 50%. Like it just blows my mind how a simple drawing half of something ends up being like one of the most key market factors I've ever seen. Right? Like it's nice mixing in the weights information, it's nice mixing in the sectors and stuff, but man, it is a little mind blowing on how important like adding a 50% of something is. You know, when I do pattern trading, people always ask me, how do you know what your stop loss is for your swings? You know, I'm looking for daily closes, one, to know when I'm wrong, or maybe just something else beyond that. But that is mainly what I'm using for my stop loss is a daily stop. But what else am I looking for? I'm looking for the halfway point of whatever pattern I'm trading from. Like if I'm trading an evening star against resistance, draw the high or draw the low of the green candle to the high of the middle candle, and you have yourself a perfect 50% to keep yourself either in your trade with good reasoning or to get yourself out of the trade before you've lost half of your fucking, intrinsic value, half of your starting balance. Like, so it's just kind of nice. Like, it ends up being used as a target. We use it for breakouts. We use it for retests. We use it for just so much shit. Oh, TTM squeeze. That's John Carter. Okay, that's why that name. See, and that's what I'm talking about right there. Like, I'm not hating on this John Carter guy, but actually, this is a great little example. If you go to literally anyone's Discord, they're not just trading one strategy. If you go to my Discord, guess what? We're only trading one strategy for when we do our scalps. We're trading one strategy for our swings, one for this, one for, like it's you have one set system. All these people want you to pay them for all these different. I'm not talking shit on John Carter, but he is a good example. You know, one year we're talking about how TTM squeeze needs to be downloaded, bought, and paid for. The next year we're talking about Ichimoku Cloud. The next year we're talking about pre-market previous day levels. The next year we're talking about Bollinger Bands. You know, it's like I can't trust someone who doesn't even trade what they're talking about. You know what I'm saying? I'm not hating on that John Carter guy. I'm just saying if one year you're sitting here saying how TTM squeeze is so good, you don't need anything else, and that's all you trade off of. And then the very next year, you're sitting there telling me that now you added gap fibs, now you added just, key levels, pivot points. I'm going to question why you do what you even do. Why are you jumping across strategies left and right? Like, that's not how that should be done. You want to find consistency? Find it in your routine, find it in your methods. You're not going to find it in your results off of luck. And you're definitely not going to find it switching strategies every other damn year. But it does amaze me how many like big people I see do that and nobody calls it out. Like, brother, one year you're using this, the next month you're using that, the next month you're using this, the next month you're using that. It's like, and then also charging people for like that information, even though you're the one who's just now learning it as well, is kind of crazy. It's like they took like a couple hours on Google and then were like, all right, I think I get the gist, and then just start selling it. Like, huh? Again, not hitting on John Carter. That's more of a historical name. But there are a lot of people on the internet who do that. You know, one month it's like, guys, look how good this is. Buy this from me. Join my group. And then it's like, guys, look how good this is. Join me. Buy my group. It's very, very weird. Just add the word pro or version number to the strategy and new revenue stream. Exactly. That is exactly how a lot of these discords and groups work, and it's very disturbing. Yeah, it's a savage, cold world out here, man. Nothing's fair. But then again, who told you that it would be fair, you know? That's something I have to constantly remind myself. Life isn't fair. Life isn't fair. Life isn't fair. You know, it kind of keeps you calm down. You don't get pissed about everything. Even if there is something that you should justifiably be pissed about, it's still not nice to like keep yourself in that mood. You know, for your sake, let's not do that. And guys, we're still looking for direction from this key area. Kind of glad I drew those arrows because after that first trade, I could kind of tell that how this was going to go, the tone of things. And honestly, how many of you traded the last week or two of the year before? How many newbies do we have in here regarding that? Which again, you're not really a newbie. It's just how I talk. But how many of you guys have traded the last couple weeks of the year before? If you went to my update message in my channel the other day, I said I don't trade the last week of the year because it is common knowledge to not trade the last week of the year. So, part of next week, I probably won't even be here. Just going to be honest. And you probably should do that too. When I feel like life is unfair, I remember I wasn't enslaved on the front line. Okay, well, yeah, that's true. The Ukraine situation is kind of pissing me off because I really do blame the Ukrainian president for a lot of shit. I don't know why so many people think he's such a good leader and such a smart guy. If he was such a smart guy, he would have helped bring this to a close a little quicker. It's actually his fault. 2 of the peace treaties have fallen through. It had nothing to do with Russia attacking again. That's just what was reported. But I actually really don't like that Ukrainian president. I think he is just as much the problem as the Russian president. I think there is a leadership change that needs to happen over there on both ends. The Ukrainian guy is not doing his people any justice. Not like he's in a good scenario anyway. I'm not trying to act like what he's doing is easy. It's probably horrible to do what they do. Yeah, I'm curious about that stuff too, man. When will it end? When will it truly end? Maybe we do need the robots to take over. How many of you guys are in here just chilling? How many of you guys are at work? How many of you guys are not even able to answer me? So I guess you can't type and tell me. Be sure to drop a like on the stream, guys. He's a NATO puppet. Yeah, but he was a puppet before he was in NATO. They didn't get into NATO till just recently. So he's just a puppet. He's not a NATO puppet. He's just a puppet. For who? I have no fucking idea. For entertainment purposes, I guess. Bro didn't leave his Netflix arc. What's with the robots today? Did you watch Terminator last night? No, I didn't. I don't know. I don't know. I just feel like it's inevitable. I feel like to say that high probability of robots taking over isn't like that crazy to say. We're already giving them production level like permissions. That's literally what they do in every single robot movie. We give them production power, they produce, they control us. We're all gone. It's a step-by-step process. I'm not able to answer. At least able to tell me that much, though. I appreciate that. No play safe. Thank you. Hope you're having a good day. Chilling, fam. Driving in the Goonies, but I'm here, boss. I hope you're being safe, Alex. No robots. Sarah Connor would be upset about you thinking the robots need to take over. Oh, that is, yeah. Sarah Connor gonna take this one personal. Took off this week straight chilling for a break. That is awesome, man. This is honestly the perfect week for it. Maybe not to like trade more actively, but I think like in terms of where we are in the calendar year, this is probably one of the best times of the year to like take a break because you have Christmas this week. You got all these different things going on, family, Christmas, food, gifts. What is everyone doing for Christmas? I guess I could ask that too. I never ask y'all enough holiday questions. I'm always just like, fuck y'all's feelings. What are you doing? But what is everyone doing for Christmas this year? They were going to end the war near the beginning in NATO through the UK. Went to Ukraine leader and strongly pressured them to continue the war. The Matrix seems more fun. The pause after your no, I didn't help convince me you didn't watch it. No, I swear I did. I swear on anything that is good on this planet, Alst, I did not watch. I genuinely couldn't even tell you the last time I watched a Terminator movie. I think the last one I watched was one of the newer ones, and then I stopped watching it like 30 minutes in because I was like, "Holy shit, this is hot dog water." But that was when it like came out, so that was the last time I saw one of them. But I swear to anything that is good on this planet, I have not watched Terminator. I didn't watch iRobot. I didn't watch any of that. I haven't watched any of those robot movies. I think what triggered this actually, Al, since you're so curious, was probably all these like YouTube interviews I've been watching with like these robot company productions. And I'm not joking, man. They are literally giving these AIs production capabilities. It's scary. That's like that scene in iRobot when he like walks in. Or wait, is it iRobot I'm thinking of? It might be, but there's one where one of those movies they walk in, they see like the production floor basically happening, and there's no humans around. Like that's kind of the direction we're going in right now. No humans around. There's just going to be AI and robots building things for themselves. Now, whether it's like a car factory, whatever, doesn't matter. You know, they're going to start small. It's going to be things that doesn't actually impact anything, and then it's going to turn into things that does impact things. Next thing you know, they're going to be having factories of these fucking robots for all kinds of things. Medicine, consumer products, luxury items themselves. What would be a cool movie series or movie universe to live in? We're talking about robots. Dr. J just said Matrix. What would be a cool movie universe to live in? And animated movies count. So if somebody says fucking Nemo, I have to accept it. Bro wants to live in an ocean. Let him. But what would be the coolest movie universe to live in? Personally, I think Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs would hit. Waterworld? Oh my god, that's a great answer. Fifth Element? Okay, those are pretty good answers off the bat. Johnny Bravo and okay, Samurai Jack universe would be nuts. From what perspective am I seeing the Samurai Jack universe? Am I an underling of the antagonist? Am I the protagonist? What am I? That one's crazy. Hunger Games, but wait. He just said Hunger Games, but the Rich District. He said, "I'm so down to keep seeing this go on for hundreds of years." That's funny. Hunger Games, but the Rich District might be the best answer so far. Dragon Ball Z. That'd be cool. Learn to train under pressure while flying through space at God knows what speed. It's actually funny. I'm trying to think of one now because he said Hunger Games, but the Rich District. That was actually pretty good. Another rejection of the key area, by the way, guys. So this would be your second or third rejection, depending on how you count that open. What movie universe would be the best? I think I'm going to stick with Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. Because you either die by a falling food item or you get to eat a bunch of shit. Hunger doesn't exist in that universe or in that world. You know? Everybody's eating. You grabbed a 683p there? Nice. Honestly, not a bad risk reward spot. Because you have clear risk when you're wrong, you have clear reward when you're right. This, I try to tell people this in my chat without telling them this because I really want people to kind of find it on their own, find the answer on their own so it really sticks. If I just give you the answer, you're going to think it's insignificant and ignore it, which is funny because that's what I complain about. But really, like, find your key area, 1. 2, Try to trade as close to your key area as you can, creating the best risk reward. My puppy came to visit me. MJ, they don't have to move similar. Those are two different sectors. That's why I don't like looking at triple Q. Actually, they are moving similar. What are you talking about? Here's SPY's opening range. They're rejecting it. You go to triple Q. It's the same thing. It's just a little bit more drawn down. Rejecting the open. It's just you're already on your second leg down. But remember, we talked about this already. It's because of this chart. Your tech sector has sold more than any other sector today. From its highs, from its open. So they make sense that they're not similar in that fashion. They are similar, just one's more stretched than the other. Sorry about my door squeaking. My dog keeps going in and out. But yeah, they are similar. Triple Q is just stretched out, like I was saying. Sorry, I'm reiterating that again because I letting my dog in and out a bunch. But yeah, I'd say they're similar. It even makes sense. That's why I say the sector information, man, because it makes so much sense. It clears everything up instantly. Wonder if we see a push to previous day high. I think if you get a break of 682.20s at overnight 50%, I think you will 100% see previous day high tested. If that doesn't break and ends up holding and does become that middle ground we thought it could become, there's a good chance we don't see that. But yeah, if that breaks, I don't see why we wouldn't see previous day high. That's a very good post, Matthew. Also, MJ, let me know if what I said connected or not. But also, great call out on your triple Q saying it just broke below the opening range. I love seeing that update. And we have a couple more sectors pulling back now, guys. You could start to see this seller effect on the SPY now. Yeah, you should be seeing more selling on SPY here now. And watch for these to get worse. If these all get worse, this will keep dumping. If these start to slow down, this will consolidate more, guys, on your SPY chart. MJ, if you want my game plan, go back to the beginning of the stream. I'll repeat it for you, though, if you want. But basically, we're looking for trades outside of this area here. We already took one scalp this morning off of this area here. It didn't pan out super heavy because it ended up getting back over the key area again, just short term. So we took profit on one, or took trim on half the position, cut the other half of the position as we already talked about. Now we're looking for just continued rejection of this. Understanding that, yes, it could just stop short and stay in between this all damn day, which I know that's not a fun thing to break down. But besides that, we're looking outside of the areas, as you can see. But if you'd also like a little bit more in-depth explanation than that, please feel free to go back to the beginning of the stream. But hopefully that's good enough for you. And let me know if that sector information was somewhat helpful for what you were talking about on SPY Triple Q, because I love that you were pointing that out. It's just, it wasn't 100% accurate. But I love that you were bringing that up, because that difference between the two is the whole point of the market. Too many people are looking for just one chart to break out, when in reality, there's so many charts that connect to each other. So if you really want to catch those big drops, you know, you don't just need tech to be red. You need the other sectors to also be pulling back to it. We just use key levels, MJ. You can check out my YouTube and all the different free resources if you want. I'm not gonna try to sit here and be like, "Yo, pay us for learning stuff." If you want to support the channel, you can, but definitely check out all the free stuff. I would check out any of the videos, recent videos that have the word context in it. I think you specifically would love those videos. Um, just kind of going off of our conversation here, but you would definitely love those. But basically, sorry, I was cutting myself off there. Basically, all we trade are just key levels, and then we trade candlestick patterns off of those key areas, but we use context. I don't just look at levels like a robot because we're not robots. I think you're an idiot if you set levels and you say, break above this call, break below that put. Like, you need to actually be using context of what that level is that is breaking, right? If we sit there and say, oh, well, this is a good level because it touched this 4 times on this time frame, that doesn't mean shit, right? That doesn't give me anything to bite off of. Now, if you come at me and you're like, hey, triple Q, like you did, I'm going to use your message as an example. Hey, triple Q is breaking the opening range. It's under current day open, which we know if we're under the open, we're more bearish than bullish. And it's attempting to break the 50% of the gap up, which again, added onto that becomes even more bearish. You know, it kind of just adds context to it. So now you're not just bearish or bullish. Now you're, well, I'm kind of bearish. I could see this happening right here. You know, you have like an indication of what could fuck that up, right? What could change that trend of kind of being bearish, right? And then you see it on the chart and you're like, okay, well, I'll just micromanage this. I like this hammer rejecting this level, you know, and that kind of thing. So if you want to check out a lot of the free resources, I think you specifically would like it because it sounds like, yeah, I don't know, you sound like a BB trader. That's why I thought you were someone who's already been here before. You said triple Q just broke below opening range. Like, that's all we watch. And here in a little bit, if you want, we can go over some more. But I think specifically you would love a lot of that shit. And I'm not saying it for like, check out my videos, man. Like, I don't even run ads on my videos. So it's not like I'm making money on your views, man. I'm going to be honest. But I do hope you check out some of that stuff. If you have questions, feel free to ask. I'm always happy to repeat or go over things. Right now, I'm just kind of monitoring a couple of things and checking out the messages. But I'll gladly go over things here in a little if you want. Just to kind of give you a more actual response to just giving these bullshit surface level answers. And we do this every week. Next week, though, guys, I don't want to see a lot of you typing or being in my chat. I don't want to see a lot of people active and trying to blow their account in the last week of the year. I have done this. This will be my 7th end of the year. I've never seen a final week of the year end well for people trying to trade it. And they think, oh, he's saying that because the price action is going to be bad, or he's saying that because the volume will be bad, or he's saying that because of this or that or this or that. My brother in Christ, most people who actually trade the stock market do not trade the last week of the year. So what do you think happens with the volume of those people? So it's just good to avoid the very last week of the year. This week, you could mix into that a little bit, but I don't like to sit here and be like, oh my God, I'm not trading for 2 whole weeks. Like, what? That's just crazy. Matty Ice, what is up, man? Good morning, you filthy animals. What is up, brother? I like the context piece. I figured you would, man, because you were saying broke below opening range. I'm like, does he even realize what he even just said? Like, to other people, breaking below the opening range can mean so many things. In my chat, it actually means something. Because, here, I'll just show you, fuck. I was like, I'm going to wait to show him some stuff later. Let's just do it now. All right, so the 3 key levels for each day, I can show you them. There's really only 2 that you need to draw for every day, because not every day do we get a gap, as you're probably fully aware. We don't always get a gap. So I'm going to show you the 2 levels that you can have on your chart every day, regardless of anything that happens in the market. You will always get these 2 levels. So if you go from your previous day low to your previous day high, so at the high, yeah, you get this 50% level. This is what we call the PDCP, otherwise known as 50% control point, otherwise known as the previous day 50%. I just typed the same thing 3 times. All right, so that's one of our key directional. Please remember that directional. These are directional levels, right? So the open and the 50% of your previous day. These are levels you have every freaking day, no matter what happens. Isn't that pretty cool? And then sometimes we're blessed. Sometimes we're blessed. Sometimes we get a gap up or we get a gap down, and it adds in our only other directional level on the chart, right? So we go from our previous day close to our today's open. So from the top of the meat of that green candle right there to the top of the meat of that red candle there, from the close to the open, what is the 50%? So now we know, zooming in on this, okay, awesome. One directional, single directional move should happen from here and from here, right? This can be seen as a target since today it's so super fucking far away. So if we get a really big pullback and we're like, well, when can this slow down? When can this stop looking like shit? This level could do that, right? That's the level that could stop us. On top of that, too, what else could this level tell us? If broken, okay, shit, the selling is actually a lot more stronger than we thought. It's actually going to keep going. We'll look for further levels down, and so on and so on. Step-by-step context. And then also, now we know, like, well, why isn't it dumping? We're under the open. Please, chat, tell me, why didn't we dump today? Was there anything in between that stopped this chart from being like, oh, fuck, and then stopped it from actually falling down more? Can anybody tell me? What cute little level do we have on our screen that keeps us from flipping super bearish? And you probably hear this in the tone of my voice in my stream this morning. I'm saying, yeah, this is bearish, but you hear that in my voice. That's why I haven't shorted a second time yet. It's under a directional level, but it hasn't broken the other one to give me any kind of clues. So you're either holding a short right now, with it still under this level and trying to trade as close to this level as you can to kind of minimize risk. You're either doing that or you're literally sitting on your hands right now because you know that it's stuck between 2 important levels that are very directional. These are all directional levels. Being above them is bullish. Being below them is bearish, right? So if we're above all 3 or below all 3, or there's a combination of 2 in a single area and we see it break, that is significant. These are directional levels. Everything else is just a level, guys. Your previous day high, that's just a level. Your previous day low, hold up. Your previous day low, your previous day open, your previous day close, these are all just levels, guys, right? But your actual directional levels are going to be those same 3 levels every day. The open and the previous day control point, right? And then on lucky days, when we have a gap up or a gap down, we'll be gifted this 3rd level, which we can always include the fib extensions as well in case we have invisible targets. See how clear I'm making my chart without trying super hard? It's also not complex. Do I sound like some super smart guy sitting up here saying context? No, a child could read that word. Come on, guys. A child could understand how context is important to an overall story. So shouldn't we also be able to understand the context behind a stock chart and what the candlesticks are trying to tell us before it happens? Also, we add in that sector information, and it kind of just feels like we're adding or increasing our probability of success. Because we're able to determine directional movements, not just based on where the levels are on a single individual chart, but also being able to tell because this is what breaks up that chart. This is what runs the market, this sector specifically. It's okay, Matthew. A lot of my questions are rhetorical anyway. I ask like quiz questions while I rant, but yeah. And then let's cover this for a second. Sorry, my sinuses are fucked. I'm sorry for doing that in the mic. XLK. This is the most important chart on the entire stock market, in my opinion. XLK. When we first started this channel, one of the first things we were looking for were pullbacks on XLK into the lows or into where they just kind of launched from. And you can see we've been doing that very recently. We've made it into the lows now. Reacted, had the hammer, and now we're here. So price held that same day with the 50-50 candle, holding the area. So you can see there's our 50-50 candle. It's an inside bar, and it's a small body candle with longer legs on each side. So that's two indications that's a 50-50 candle. Doji, stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. Tech. And then it kind of helps having these other ones too. Because if I'm like, oh man, tech's really dumping, and then I see these not dumping, I'm like, okay, SPY is bearish. It's not as bearish as it could be though. Now let's say I see tech dumping, and these are also dumping or breaking other key directional levels. Then I'm going to be like, okay, SPY is about to have a down 1%, down 1.5%, down 2% type day. At least at the beginning of that session. What the F did I just click? Oh, I took the chart off. Like right here, not bad risk for shorts. But you have to also be in the mindset of like, well, this could also just break anytime because we haven't done anything else on top of that. Right. And that's where the other part of my system comes into play. And this is where I truly think the special part of my strategy pops up, is order of operations. This is where I truly think my strategy is special. It's not the levels, it's not the thinking, it's this. This is like the actual do this in this exact order and you will be good kind of thing. Not saying it's 100% because nothing is. But yeah. But hopefully that breakdown was okay enough for you. Like I said, check out all the free resources. I'm going to go back to the other chart right now and chill on it. If I can remember which fucking... Here we go. If I can remember which chart I'm even at. But hopefully that was a good enough breakdown for you. And then sometimes you'll see me place these arrows. These are more of just like kind of like very, very basic guidelines for someone who might just be taking a quick look at the chart. Someone who's in my group, they might see that and be like, okay, well, I know why he has those. So if you see that, yeah. Thanks for the quick crash course. No problem, man. I was gonna be like, bro, just go check out all the info. I don't feel like talking. And then I was like, fuck, now I want to cover it. I do the same thing every time because it was the way you said the opening range on Triple Q. I was like, damn, okay, this guy's actually looking at shit like similar to how we look at things. This is cool. Because I don't really care about like voice crack. I don't really care about people who come into my group and don't trade my strategy. What I care about is when people come into my group and don't trade my strategy when they try to promote another one. It's like, I don't care about your strategy. That's not what we're here for, you know? But it's funny because I never bump heads with price action traders. It's always some stupid, indicator trader that I'm bumping heads with. A lot of the times, like your fair value gap traders, I think that term is very stupid, by the way. I think FVG is a scam. But beyond what I think, a lot of people that just trade price action end up liking a lot of what we do with our strategy because it makes sense. It's just context. It's just providing very basic information behind very basic key levels and explaining why they're key. Not just saying this level's important, let's always trade around it, but not understanding the why. That's why I like price action traders just in general, because they understand candlestick patterns. That's a universal language. That is a universal language. Candlestick patterns. If you don't know candlestick patterns, you are doing yourself no help there. Okay, learn them. We have a free candlestick handbook guide PDF in the Discord. If anybody wants to reshare that again, please feel free to. But it's there. It's pinned. If you don't know where it is, just ask me. I'll show you. So that is a must. And then understanding that there is a difference between just levels and directional levels. Right? I think too many times people draw levels and they forget the context. Like I know a lot of my people in my chat do this, but a lot of people in my chat are really good at like the night before. They'll draw their levels. They'll make it make sense. They'll say, okay, this is what I need to look for. I see why this level's bearish. I need to be bearish from here, right? They go to sleep. They wake up. They do their thing in the morning. They get on the market. They look at it. And it's like they forget, oh, wait, I was just saying I'm bearish from this level. And then you'll see them make that mistake and they'll go and review it and they'll be like, why the fuck did I do that? Why did I go long when I said just the night before I needed to be short against this because of this, making it make sense. So I truly believe in just context. I think having context is huge because too many times I see people in my chat be like, yo, look, we're under the open. If I get this next level to also break, I'm going to let that happen. And what's funny
And I say this all the time to Matty Ice. I say this all the time to Carter. I say this all the time to just a lot of the traders in my chat that are super active and actually trade a shit ton. A lot of them know this just as well as I. You don't need a $10 move to catch good gains. Can I get a here in the chat? We don't need a big move to get big gains. But like I say Matty Ice because I'm envisioning one of his trades for some reason. And then Carter's as well. I'm like envisioning both of y'all's trades for some reason. But I just getting a good break of a good key level with context that you know you're bearish or bullish from, and then getting that one move. It's like bam, done. Time to move on. It feels good. Exactly. That's probably why I'm thinking Matty Ice. 10 points feeds families. That's funny. I mean, you're not wrong though. Like, if we're being honest with ourselves, you don't need a fucking huge ass move to catch good gains. And if you do, I really feel like that speaks more to your strategy and how you're trading than anything. You know, I would say something needs to be adjusted, something needs to change. It's the same feeling as if you were losing too much. You would instantly be like, okay, something needs to be changed. It's the same thing. It's just the outcome isn't as aggressive against you, so you're not making that change instantly. Amen. Exactamundo, exactly. It's just keep it simple. And it's funny because I have to constantly say this out loud to you guys, to myself, to everybody here. But it's like, guys, like, it doesn't take a smart or a dumb person to trade this strategy. It just takes someone with an eyeball, with one single eyeball. You just got to pay attention. And that's what I say is more difficult than, you know, we always talk about being smart, being dumb, like as a joke. But like, I truly find it to be harder at being bad at trading than to be someone who's just sitting here and ignoring like things that will definitely change my outcomes. You know, if you're sitting here and you're going, oh, how come every time I do this, this happens? It's like, and you never change from that. It's like, what are you doing? You know, it's like, it's not thinking while living, basically. That's what trading without context is like. You're basically living without a brain. You're living without thinking. You're living without making conscious decisions. You're eventually just going to be one of those people who fall into those grinders that grind up trees on accident, and you know your death becomes this joke. You know, it's like, open your eyes, damn it! Like, trade with context, damn it. That's what it feels like when I'm talking about this stuff. It just feels like it's like breathing, like it's something that should just be something you understand instantly. Context, 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 context. I always like to talk about how trading is just like a movie, or reading a chart is just like a movie, I should say. You know, if we're watching a murder mystery, right? And the whole fucking movie, they keep giving us these context clues and these clues, and we're like, okay, nice, I think it's this guy. You know, that's you taking a educated, calculated guess because you have context clues and why it could or could not be that person, right? It's the same thing with trading. It's just like a movie. It's just like a movie that you're trying to figure out the end on, or you're trying to figure out the antagonist, you know, whatever this is, or the protagonist doing this or that. You know, you're just trying to figure out the different outcomes in the story. That's exactly what this is. We're predicting the outcome before it happens, and then we're taking a risk on it, right? But we can't do that if we're going to lose a bunch of trades. So we have to take that context into account so we can actually have a higher chance of having better trades in front of us, right? It's never going to be 100%, and we're never going to be perfect. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is how 99% of algorithms are made. Conditional formatting. You're welcome. And thank you for listening. Thank you for being here. This has been my TED Talk. And we are still hanging around the 684s. Somebody move this chart. Less volume on the green candles, but the 30-minute chart has a long-legged doji followed by two hammers. Nice. Good context. And yeah, like I said, guys, download the free candlestick PDF guide. It is free. Any one of you can have it. And it's very, very cool. It's got a lot of good information inside of it. Ugh. My dog's asleep on my foot. Updating the chat on Spy. What to do on that. Less volume. Oh, I already read that. By the way, Matthew, what is your profile pic? Is that a sock? A rooster? I honestly cannot tell. It looks like a sock with a big Chick-fil-A logo on it. I hate how small the YouTube profile pics are. Watch, it's like a rocket or something, and I'm like way off. I can kind of see what MJ's is. I can see what Carter's is. I can't tell what Echo's is. I don't know. YouTube needs to hire me as a developer, man. It's a Japanese style tiger. Yeah, see, dude, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I couldn't fucking see that. Looks like a tiger? Okay, maybe I am just blind. He could tell what it was. Japanese style tiger. It's like a Bengal tiger, I guess. Damn, that is what his picture is. That is so hard to see. How did Al see that? I would make profile pics bigger on YouTube stream chats. I would make I would integrate YouTube into Valve, so people that stream on YouTube could integrate streaming video games or things that their followers can engage with them on. That would be cool. I would delete the 7 routes of funding your favorite streamer / YouTuber. I don't know why ads isn't enough for these people. Subscriptions isn't enough for these people. They need you to donate money outside of all of those other things, apparently. YouTube's acting like they're fucking broke. What else would I fix? I would add more server locations. YouTube, you got a notebook out? What else would I fix? The chat, the live chat. The live chat needs so much work. Like, literally just copy Twitch at this point. It's insane. It is actually absurd how bad YouTube stream chat is. What else? What else? There's other big things that need to be fixed on this platform. I'll think of them later. Fix marbles on stream. That's what I said. I said that already. The that falls under the integration with Valve update that I would do. I mean, are you really going to sit there and tell me YouTube doesn't have enough? Google doesn't have enough to pay for a partnership with Valve? You're lying. You're lying to yourself if you think that. Also, that's not even what Twitch did to get their integration, so that's what pisses me off more. I was just saying that's what YouTube should do because that sounds like a legit like partnership. Like YouTube and Valve? Huh? That doesn't even sound real. That's like 2 giants meeting together. That would be a huge deal, dude. By the way, Maddie, I finally loaded up Battlefield 6 after like 4 weeks of not playing it. Maybe longer. I was playing it a little bit past couple nights, just super late for like an hour a piece, maybe. I don't know. I can't play video games that long anymore. I got that ice pick thing for the challenges. It's like the new melee weapon. The big ice pick thing. I did get that. And I'm over level 100 now. You didn't know about that? Oh. It was in like the winter offensive thing. Wait, you're telling me Kim K is in Fortnite now? Wait, actually, or is he fucking with me? All I typed was Kim K, and Kim K skin, Kim K Fortnite skin are the first two things that pop up. Wow, it is real. I hate that this is real. Kim Kardashian is in Fortnite. I'm not even trying to be a hater when I say this, but who actually watches the Kardashian shit anymore? Like, I'm gonna be honest. When was she actually relevant for anything? And I'm sorry if you're someone who finds that kind of thing attractive, but I highly doubt most guys find that kind of thing attractive, dude. So how is she still relevant? How? I'm being serious right now. Like, this shit needs to be studied. Who is supporting the Kardashians to keep them relevant in the big 2025 going into the big 2026? I mean, I find it a little annoying. You know, all these other celebrities, they blow up, they come and go, but oh, bro, Kim K's been around forever. Been online for approximately 25 minutes, and I've now had enough internet for the day. Yeah, you're telling me, dude. Also, welcome to the stream, Pike. Glad to see you again, dude. I do remember your name, boss. Kim K in Fortnite actually blows my mind. I'm back. Long walk to the restrooms here at the pier. Oh, nice. What's the weather like at the piers, Sandollar? How are the sectors holding up? Well, with this breakout on Spy, let's see if it's supported, Sandollar. Greatly timed question. If you have to ask, if you have to ask me, I'd say that was the best time message of the day. You have your banks continuously breaking out, which, as we already know, they're well past all-time highs. They're retesting all-time high shit. Discretionary. Let me go back down to the smaller time frames. I was about to give you a signal that did not matter. Why can't I zoom in? Oh, it's because I'm getting the glitch. Nice. Love that. Oh, thought I still had it. Your discretionary is a little bit weak right now. They're actually barely holding their open. They're fighting it right now. So your Tesla, Amazon sector not doing too hot, going to be honest with you. Comms bouncing from lows. We'd love to see that. That's your Meta, your Googles. Your healthcare stocks have been trending up from open, but they're still fighting yesterday's close. Sorry, Friday's close. I keep saying yesterday. Friday's close. When I say yesterday, I'm meaning Friday. Staples, they took a big hefty downfall. Of course, that makes sense though, because tech gapped up. Those are supposed to be backwards. Overcast, damn. Also, yo. Kris Jenner, she's been planning longer than the devil. Oh yeah, Kris Jenner. Yeah. Man, I forgot that person existed till you said that name. I'm gonna be honest. Thanks, dude. You just ruined my life. I'm just kidding. Man, I haven't heard that name in so long, dude. Was I actually out of the Matrix till today? Bro, I come back and it's. Oh, man. I think I was out of the Matrix for a couple days. Somehow I got swooped back in without even realizing it, though. I'm just kidding, by the way, guys. We like to do a little bit of trolling. If I took it serious in here every minute of every stream, we wouldn't be here right now. I'd be insane. I'd be in an insane asylum somewhere with my arms tied together. So please feel free to goof off in the stream as well. Keep it, of course, respectable and nice, and be nice to your fellow BB traders. You never know what someone is going through or what they might be going through. By the way, that is the best close to the upside we've seen all day. Getting a close over 684 and the open after consolidating from that reversal back up, that was a new low of day, by the way. If you see it right here, see there's a low here. They actually broke it, and that's the one that gave them the energy to go back up. Whereas this one and this one just kind of held the same area. I know that's a horrible line to draw. I probably should have just drawn this, but you can see it actually closed below it, under the low, and this one didn't. It just kind of went below it. This one closed below it, opened below it, and retook. So this is actually what a lot of people call in my chat a 90%, because it provides a little bit of extra energy boost to the upside because it failed to break lower and hold going lower after closing like that. And we're on the 5 minute. On the 1 minute, this is going to be a little bit more chaotic. Very, very cool, though, to see that the one that closed below the new low, and this is why I always say, too, make sure you're tracking your highs and lows a lot of the time from your recent left, because it's just a lot of fun. When you hold and go back up, a lot of the time, these like highs end up being targets and even extra breakout spots, right? Vice versa. To the downside, potential supports or potential areas that can be retested for more downside. So, as you can see, your highs and lows can also be directional just from your overall trend, not just from your key levels. So it's kind of cool to think about that too. And it's easy too, because you don't have to draw anything. You can just look. Recent left. You don't have to look over here. I'm going to look over 5 weeks back. Looks right here. So it's kind of cool to see that. A lot of people across the market call this a liquidity grab. Here in my chat, we call it the 90% because we didn't know that was what it was called yet. But two, the reason the number 90 is being used, if you don't know already, for open range breakouts, we call that 40% because if you just get an initial breakout of something, we like to see that as 40% probability out of 100% that is going to continue in the correct direction for success, that you're going to do good, that you're fine. So we put it a little below 50% because it is a little lower than 50-50 that on your initial breakout, you will continue up. That's just the stat. So retest are 80%. So if you ever hear someone say, I'm doing an 80% entry, I'm doing 80% here, hey, look, an 80%er. That's what someone in my chat is saying. It's based on probability. And then when you hear someone say a 90%, that was what they were referring to, is what I was just explaining. So if you ever hear that, they are referring to probability. They are not trying to trigger you by labeling something different. Here in my chat, we don't really take a lot of outside inspiration from a whole lot of people. We don't like to copy. We kind of like to think for ourselves in here. We think it's just a little bit more fun, a little bit more enjoyable. It feels like we understand things. Also, I feel like it's just a good trust factor. I feel like if you end up coming up with your own strategy, even if it is similar to something that already exists, it's still just kind of nice because you end up trusting it more because you came up understanding just the basics of it, what makes it up, what makes this work, what makes that work. You truly have a grip on everything. So that's why we like to explain that in that fashion. I also like to give credit to the fact that liquidity grabs already existed, retest already existed, open range breakouts already existed. So I'm not sitting here saying, we created all this shit, but that is just a template for the styles of trade that you can take within these key directional levels. So pretty cool. And yeah, sorry, my voice is fucked now. New high of day. There we go. Can it keep going though? Can we please just go a single direction for longer than 20 minutes? Please. For my sanity's sake. Banks are moving up still. I don't see anything crashing down, so we should still keep going up. This chart could change every bit of that, but we'll see. It should still keep going up. I don't see any trends on our sector charts that say otherwise. But of course that can change, so we'll keep checking them. I love water. Be sure to drop a like on the stream. As usual, I do like to talk my head off when I'm in these streams. It's not just about calling out or doing this or doing that. It's just kind of nice going over shit for people who might be returning, someone who might be new, someone who's never heard a single word of this stream before in their life. Though I'll say it's got to be kind of hard being a return Bueller viewer. You guys probably hear me cover the same shit uh literally thousands of times. To say hundreds is kind of disrespectful. Thousands of times we have covered a lot of the same things, either in these streams or within the Discord itself, but I'm sure it's hard being a return Bueller viewer. We do just kind of sit here and cover the exact same shit every time. When I'm not covering shit, I'm just sitting here talking to you guys. Holding out for a retest. Just make sure you are in the mindset, though, that you understand they might not have to retest. I'm not trying to give you FOMO. I'm just saying because of this new low being hold and then retake with that liquidity, you kind of had the same thing happen right here. Against this level, it kind of broke back under it. Next candle took it. That's when they started breaking out. So it technically doesn't need to retest because it's already done two liquidity grabs, aka 90% on the screen. Or on the 5-minute, I should say. But that is a smart idea. If you want to look for your retest trades, you're going to want to switch from your 5 into your 1 a lot. Some people even prefer the 2 or 3 minute when they switch down, or a higher time frame than the 5 when they switch from. So up to you. It's all personal preference at the end of the day, to be honest with you. But personally, when I go for retest, I love being on like a larger time frame to kind of see something that is trying to like for instance, I'll show you 2 examples that you could have done today, and we did trade one today. We traded this one today, but it just didn't like dump to the 50%. So that was like the only, and this is what I'm talking about. Like if you're gonna make a mistake, and I don't mean a mistake, I mean like if you're gonna get into a trade that doesn't have like the biggest gains, because we only had like minimal gains on this trade that we talked about in the stream. But this is what I want to see from you guys. Like if it isn't just some boring ass setup with very easy to see outcomes, and I don't want to see you trading it, to be honest. You know, it's like, oh, okay, well, obvious already here, Bueller's trying to retest against 684. Then we switch down to the 1, right? So, you know, circle that. I like that candle. So if we get any selling under this, I want to buy or sell. If I get any buying above this, I want to get into some longs. You know, go down to your 1 minute. What happens? It rejects. A very clear rejection happens. I mean, any one of us could see that, right? Could anyone tell me what could I draw between this area to tell myself where this is going? This is another one of those things that I have covered probably thousands of times. So please feel free to tell me, chat, stream, BB traders, what could I put on this chart, or what could I draw here to indicate that yes, this is going down, or no, it is trying to hold, it is trying to go back up from this key area, right? We've already saw from the 5 minute that it retested this, but here on the 1 minute, what could we have drawn to truly micromanage that this is trying to go up or down? A fib, exactly, a fib. Exactly. So we're going to go from our, well, first let's determine where the F is the high. Is it that candle? Or are they all the same thing? No, it's that candle. Okay. So now that we have determined where our high is at, so it's pretty much either of these candles, either does it. Where do we go down to? We'll go down to the low where it fell to after the first high here. So, right, it had this high and then it came down, right? It doesn't matter that the very next candle is green, right? This could have fell for 12 candles and the first green candle, we'd be doing this, right? It's just because it happened here on, we switched from the 5 to the 1, so it's going to, of course, be a little bit smaller because you're on the 1 minute. But you throw this here, right? So you go from your high to the low of the move after it goes down, right? Which I think I drew that wrong. I think it's just this candle, actually. Yeah. So we'll go from the high. Here, let me do this so you guys can see that easier. We go from the high to the low of this candle, right? Because of it getting into this key level, let me explain this better. Of it coming into this key area, right? It ripping up into this, right? We know this is where we want to trade from. We're directional from this, right? And this will help anybody too who maybe has a problem with translating the way I speak in my channel. Maybe this will help some people in there as well. Let me put this back. So price is coming up into the key area, right? We saw on the 5-minute. This is our key area, right? It doesn't matter that it's here. It's just this is where it's at for today. So it comes up into this area, right? Then it's slowing down, right? Slowing down, right? What you and me are trying to break down, and let me draw this over here. What you and me are trying to determine is, since it came back up and we know that the key area is right here, let me draw this as well so we have a kind of a copycat explanation here. What you and me are looking for is a calculated lower high or not, right? So this is going to do one of two things. It's going to bounce and it's going to make a new high. Or it's going to reject and it's going to fall, right? Now, never in my life have I seen 2 perfect retests in a row. So don't expect every retest to be perfect. And this is why I like to go over this. Because too many people look for a perfect retest, they don't get it, and they miss the trade. Or they chase it because they see it get up in this area a lot, and they have to stop out. So this is what can help you actually determine what you should or shouldn't do, even when you are wrong, right? This is what you should or shouldn't do. So this is what we have now. We have our fib. We have our low, which that's disgusting that lines up like that. Did not mean to do that. And what you're looking for is a directional signal from here, right? So if I get a wick that goes up here and then it closes below this, and I'm in a short from here, or maybe I'm looking to short this, I now know, okay, nice. I finally have a signal that is safe, and I have a clear level that tells me, hey, this is no longer a lower high in case I'm wrong, and in case it does go up, right? And vice versa. Let's say I was trying to go short, or maybe I wasn't biased at all. I'm just like, okay, nice. It broke structure. There was a lot of candlesticks that were holding this previous day, and then we gapped down, and then we came up to here, and we broke the structure again that day couldn't hold. So therefore, you have some more context. Regardless of how you got that context, though, that is the fib you want to draw from your high to your low of that pullback that breaks the key area, that tests the key area. So you want to make sure you see the key area tested, and then you want to micromanage that information. So now you're almost like, oh, well, that's not what I wanted to do. So now you're zooming in, and you're like, well, fuck all that other information. Now I'm just focused on, okay, from the high to low of this move, is it above the 50% or is it below it? And that will further add on to it. So if you have a break of structure after this uptrend, right, and you have that context of like, oh, the previous day's lows right here, something like, you know, prior to even getting up here that this was a resistance on today, right? So the fact that it came up here and then broke this does indicate that it can set up a good lower high bearish type trade, a bearish retest type trade, right? It won't always be perfect like in my picture, of course, but this is how you can actually create those decisions, even if it isn't perfect, right? So say you see a hammer stop below it. Maybe it didn't perfectly go up to it. You're already bearish bias from the break of structure. So seeing this pop up is the second thing. Remember, we'll always look for that second thing. Sorry, my voice is very rough right now, and I'm like clearing it 100 times on the mic and shit, and I know there's no way that sounds good. But yeah, so that's the big breakdown. This is why Bueller can't shut up when he's going over shit. And that's what helps us determine like good bearish trades. So even though we're only catching a trade from maybe like right here to like right here, and then like getting fucked on the second half of it or something, you know, it doesn't even really matter. Because you're able to actually create that decision based on something. Whereas most people on the market are going to be like, red candle level broke, bearish. Like, okay. Where are you bearish from? What happens when you're wrong? Where are you going to cut from? Why would you cut there when you're wrong? Why didn't you hold till here? Why didn't you do this? Like, you're going to come up with all these different theoretical questions. You're going to question yourself. You're going to question the way you trade. You're going to get confused. You're going to get lost. You're going to get pissed. When in reality, you could have just drawn a fib and made your life easy. So that's why I like all this information, because it is truly important information, in my opinion. It's nice to have levels that say, hey, this means that, this means this, instead of it just being a level, you know? These levels have meaning, guys. They have context. It's not just, how many times did price bounce again? I also hate that shit, too. Like, I only draw levels when it's been tested 68 times. Like, it's like, Yes, that is a clear support. Guess what, jackass? Anybody could see that. Your levels are not special, right? And sometimes you also have to think about what's obvious and what's not obvious. This is the psychological warfare of the market. On your daily time frames, I feel like this is a better topic because we see this more on your larger time frames. But that's another thing to think about too. Sometimes is like, is it too fucking obvious? You know, is it too obvious that we gapped up $4 and then we couldn't pull back? It kind of makes sense that we didn't pull back after failing 3 times. We gapped up. We're on a gap up. So the initial context is saying that we should be looking to go up, right? Yes, we could definitely catch bearish trades against this going down into this. We could catch bearish trades rejecting this, falling down under that. Definitely not saying that those scenarios are not possible. I'm just saying there is that higher probability that you probably see those bullish plays, pan out versus not pan out, and vice versa when you're on a gap down. I think just like simple shit like that, like a simple context of like, I gapped up. I look for long candles. I look for bullish candlesticks. I look for bullish levels to hold. I look for either the 50% of the gap up or the open to hold. It's just like, keep it simple. And you see how I always have something next to snap to? That's because there's always something that's next in this system. It's never just like, oh, over this level, I guess I just hold it forever, or fuck, I guess I'll just stop loss my contract at minus 15%. Like, that's also a problem I see across a lot of traders is they try to like auto trade themselves too much. That's just insane. If you're sitting there and you're going, I stop out every trade at minus 17%, that's great and all, but like, how many of those signals worked out and just maybe had a wick or something, and your trade just failed because you didn't feel like actually paying attention to the chart. You're paying attention to a number. Like, come on. So yeah. And that's why in today's stream too, you hear me like when I'm calling out like shorts from here, understanding shorts could happen from here too. Even from this move, it could have happened. But also understanding the other side of context too, what got us here, right? the low, which I'm sorry for drawing that purple line again. Let's draw that. Seeing the low hold here, awesome. You're still probably bearish, and then you see this happen. This has meaning. I hate to break this to you guys, but like, you need to understand that the 90% is a very real part of the market. You're going to see lows break, that fail to break the very next candle, and then that energy that was built to the downside is now forced to sell out, get out of it, and there's so much upside potential now, right? You're seeing like one crowd basically switch to the other side of the aisle super quick when you're seeing those. Oh, nice, Sandollar. My bad. I just saw what you sent in the Discord. Bro's got my stream, and then he was showing me the weather. What a real one. I always think that's funny. There's so many screenshots in chat. Even some of my mobile traders, they'll have like my stream open on their chart, and then they'll take the screenshot, and the screen just looks so funny. But I always think that's cool. I think we're 0.5 extension of the fib you just drew. I already forgot which one I drew, to be honest with you. I am curious, though, of the gap up fib. Are we anywhere near the first fib extension? Or is that what you were saying? No, we're not there yet. We're close, though. What do y'all use for mobile? I used Thinkorswim. Sorry, I was brain farting there. I use I was about to say TD Ameritrade, the Schwab app. I also have a Webull that I use. I use that for like smaller stuff. And then like my other one, and then my Webull also has my shares. And then TD has, or Thinkorswim, fuck, I keep saying TD, has the like, just like scalps and swings and shit. I have mine split up. There are a lot of people in my chat that have TradingView, though, as Matty Ice just said, though, which is also very cool. I have tons of people who've used it. I've even used it before. I used to have to use it to like set alerts for my old bot post and tons of different charting on it. TradingView is honestly probably one of the best one in today's world, I'll be honest. And that's someone who isn't even using it right now saying that. I use this just because I'm already used to it. It's just what I'm familiar with. But honestly, TradingView probably is the top dog right now in terms of like just what it can do. There's so much shit you can do with it, which you could do a lot with these other brokerages doing like their charting platforms. But man, TradingView is like actually kind of ahead of the game. They could do a little less charging for some shit, but I mean, honestly, everyone's got to get their bread. And I don't think it's like an arm and a leg to pay for TradingView, so. Oh, Matty actually said that too. He said, you do have to pay a sub for slightly better features, but I just bought a year for like $80. Was 50% off, might still be. Yeah, see. And they have the same big deals like at the same time every year. You know, it's not like they don't give deals out, so that's very cool. Yeah, that's smart you jumped on that. No, that's super, super cool. Now you don't have to worry about anything for a while. I like how you said Christmas. 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 But yeah, that's probably the best one. Also, with TradingView, I'm pretty sure you can connect like, I don't know how many brokerages, but you can connect a lot of different brokerages on there now. Back in my day, there was only a few you could connect. But there's a lot you can connect to it now. Also, there's about 5 or 6 different people from my chat over the past 6 years, 7 years that have all made different BB indicators and different indicators that they like to use. They also use the BB indicator or just on their own without it. Like Dividend, Ace, Leland. There's more than that too. But those are just the 3 off the top of my head. What's up, Paulie? I thought that said, hey, blood. Hey, bud, glad to see you on. Hey, I have a question. What's up, dog? What is that, bruh? What is that, Paulie? Paulie Polanco? I feels like a name from The Sopranos. Is Leland still around? Yeah. He was just typing in chat the other day. He's more of a casual, in the chat now, but he definitely still talks a lot here and there. And he is also still Fibonacci. Very good question. Oh, Paulie, I actually talked about this earlier. Maybe you just missed it. Good to see you, by the way. You were one of the people from the last week, right? Last week when we were all talking a bunch. I'm like 99% sure on that. But yeah, so what I was saying in my chat, I said this on my channel, I think yesterday. Or maybe I said it today. Let's see. Let's test me. Oh, no, I did say it yesterday. Also, thank you, Dividend, for telling me I didn't post the daily time frame chart. I typed about it and then didn't even post it. That was very Bueller of me. Oh, yeah, I did say it the other night. I'm blind. So right here it says Of course, we'll be looking for more swings, but next week I will not, as it's common knowledge to avoid trading the very last week of the year. So, but this year is weird. So let's pull up the calendar. So you pull up the calendar, and you can see this week, and then next week, right? So the beginning of next year starts, and the end of this year is it's all in the same week, right? So you have the end of this year, kind of like right here and here, and then you have the beginning of next year right here and here. So it kind of mixes. It's going to get a little weird. But yes, trading is something you should avoid to do very heavily in the last week of trading, especially. But I guess you could also apply it to the last 2 weeks if you want. And you know what's funny too is some people are so surprised when they hear this. It's like they think big money doesn't enjoy going on vacations or enjoy taking time off or even banking higher ups. Like these people live to be off of work. If you've ever met someone in the financial sector, they love getting off work. They have all kinds of days off each year. And it applies to the stock market. It's just a lot of people are just off and don't want to be here / just aren't here. It's the same like psychological like barrier as like lunchtime. Like when lunchtime happens, people are so surprised. Why does the volume drop off? Fuck. It's like, bro, we gapped up $4 and it's lunchtime. My brother in Christ, people have to eat. It's like they forget that. You were telling me the New York Stock Exchange slowed down in volume at lunchtime? New York time? No way. You're pulling my leg. So, I mean, it's only natural that the last week or two makes sense, or even the first week or two of the next year to be a little bit rough or slow, or you could even just straight up say more difficult. But I don't like to say that because I think that makes other people be like, oh, I just won't trade them then. It's like, no, I'm not saying you don't have to trade it at all. I'm just saying I could understand why people avoid it and why you historically do see lower volume and just not as good movement. Even if you do have good volume, a lot of the time you just don't have good movement. So, I don't know. Historically, in my chat, I feel like I've always seen the last year or last week or so be pretty shit, as well as like the first week or two be pretty shit. Now, not to say that every day of those weeks is going to be shit. You'll have your shining light here and there, but I definitely know for a fact, just for tax purposes, holiday purposes, New Year purposes, it's just there's a lot of good reasons on why there won't be as great trading around those weeks. Again, not to say that there isn't a day or two in there of those weeks where it's like, oh my god, what the hell is today's amazing? You're just euphoric about it, because the movement. But I feel like it's only natural to assume that. Good question though. Christmas slow. I got chopped on ES. Yeah, I mean, same here. Almost. I mean, pretty much. We got into like a very small trade and ended up getting out of it. We got out of half of it with like less. I mean, at 20%, I think. I'd have to go back and do the numbers, but it wasn't like crazy gains. And then the second half of the trade, I think, was even like a small loss or a break even. It wasn't like the craziest of trades. But that's what I said the last like 2 months. If you go into any of my streams in the past 2-3 months, every Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday, we've been kind of hot. And we've been saying, I'm kind of glad we're on this hot streak because as we get closer to the end of the year, I'm going to not want to trade as much. So I was kind of glad we went on the hot streak with the swings and the scalps in my streams as well as in the Discord. And that's not to sit here and be like, oh, pat on the back me. You guys should all, glaze me. I'm not even saying it like that. I'm just genuinely saying I'm glad we got our hot streak out of the way. Because it's like, okay, this isn't going to be fun. Now, I would like to say, though, this is a great time to be looking for investment opportunities because there's going to be a lot of long-term setups that people are going to be ignoring because they're not going to want to be trading as much. I always tell you guys like the Target example or the UPS example or even Nike. Find yourself a good, boring, stable company. Find yourself a good, boring, stable company that has a good chart, right? Find a couple of them, throw them in the chat in the post charts channel. I think that'd be a fun little project for everybody to do. So if you guys end up finding a good chart that you think is a good long-term potential, throw it into the post charts channel right here. I've been saying Tin Man has like one of the craziest voices you ever hear. Actually, there's a lot of people in my chat that have pretty insane voices. Like I think I probably have one of the worst voices in my entire group. If you actually heard other people in my group, bro, Tin Man, username, Leland, just off the rip. Those are 3 people that could legit just start like an ASMR podcast or some shit. They could just talk and they'd get viewers. They have that voice, that like you sound famous kind of voice. You sound like you do professional voice acting kind of voice, you know? Which it's funny because all 3 of them are not even close at all in what they do in real life. So none of them do like voice shit. Well, maybe username does a little bit. He probably yells a little bit. But they all have like you sound famous type voice. It's really weird. And there's more people like that in my chat. Those are just like the top 3 that hit my head. ASMR trading. Honestly, sinful too. You could even say sinful. "2026 resolution." Let's go, Matty Clams. I want to start moving away from prop firms, just kind of getting burnt out on them. I start a new job in the new year, and I want this to be a new year that I start focusing heavily on my long-term portfolio. Swing trading, getting back to options more, and trading my own capital for futures. Going to start the year off fresh with a 2-month paper trading challenge, then start funding my personal accounts for the above mentioned. I also want to become a lot more comfortable navigating plus executing orders on TOS plus Webull Mobile since I'll be at the office. Oh, I think you'll fucking love mobile, dude. Mobile is such a hack. Dude, every time someone has ever come up to me and been like, I'm having such a hard time navigating my broker on the desktop app. I'm like, you enter and exit on your desktop? L. Using my desktop setup for so long that the mobile version feels so foreign to me. Yeah, that is true though. I think the phone is the funnest thing to use though when you're entering and exiting. You know, charting is that's another battle. But like actually entering and exiting it is actually a lot of fun on the phone because you feel like you're in control when you're holding your phone. You're actually like, okay, I'm in, I'm out. Whereas on the computer, I feel like a fucking robot. Which I guess is good. But I don't know. I find it very comfortable. Sometimes I do that too, even when I'm streaming here with you guys. Like sometimes I'll enter here on my other screen, like the actual quotes. So we have the chart on the stream. But then sometimes I just do it on my phone because it feels like, I don't know. Sometimes it just feels natural to do it. But yeah, charting on a phone, I've always given people props. There's really only one person in my chat that's done that for so long that I've been like, man, you are a demon. If you know, you know. I don't trade on my phone at all, just look at charts away from the computer. Oh, yeah, like pull it up real quick. Oh, okay, that's what it's doing. Yeah, that's cool too, like a casual view while you're not at the desktop. Definitely still going to chart on my PC, just order execution on my phone. Yeah, I don't think you'll have a problem then. Initially, you probably will feel, like you said, like foreign to you because you've been using your desktop for so long, but I feel like you'll adjust super, super quick on that one. Since you're not charting on your phone and trading on it, you'll just be doing the other half. That's good, though. That's good. Oh, snap, really? People are doing that? I'm so backdated. Wow, phone. Yeah, the phone's honestly kind of... I find the phone to be super useful. Also, what if your power goes out and you're on your desktop? You know, that sucks. Like, I've had that happen once, but I remember I walked all the way to the end of the street. I was near the stop sign. I'm like holding my phone in the air, like, please fill this fucking order. Like, where's my phone signal all of a sudden? Weeble Mobile's not too bad to chart on. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not fair to assume all of them look like shit. I just know the Thinkorswim charting is impossible, but the entering and exiting is totally fine. But yeah, it sounds like the Weeble one's not too bad though. I'm comfortable with options on Weeble through my phone, but I don't know how the futures executions will be on my phone. Oh, yeah, that's something you're gonna have to test just to see, so you know what to do and what not to do. I like this like initial test you're doing because if I had to think of two people who did what you're about to do, in terms of like putting yourself on this like training journey first, and then you'll put yourself in a position where you have the money as well as more comfortable mindset getting into it more actively. Plus, with your new job, you'll get more like comfortable there, I'm sure first. But either way, um, Gary and Carter, you know, they both had like their own training arcs, I guess you could say. Shout out to my anime fans, but they had their like little training arcs, and they did that same thing where they were like, yeah, I'm gonna do this and this, and they set things in front of themselves, and then they're like, and then I'm gonna start training or doing this live or doing this live or doing this more, or doing that more, and they have both been on a like you could see even if they have like a loss, you still end up learning something from their post, and then you'll start to see too the way they talk is just on another level now. They just need to be patient, have confidence in themselves, and they'll continue to kill it. But they're there, you know, they know it all. So I think putting yourself on this like training arc before you're jumping into everything more actively is very smart. Bit of like a buffer. I think it's smart. Oh, good. My friends call me Marty when I'm drunk. Morty, Morty. Yeah, I just want a solid refresher. Yeah, I think that's smart. I think that's very smart. I think it's difficult to do because I don't think everyone has the mindset to be like, yeah, I could totally take off for a couple months and just practice and get reps and really put myself in a position where I actually feel like I'm in control. I think that's hard to do because I don't think most people have the patience to be like, yeah, I'll just not trade. Everybody, because like I said, anybody can trade. Anything can any animal can trade. If you train it enough, it can trade. Entering and exiting a trade, that's trading. Do we want to trade or do we actually want to understand what we're trading? I don't want to just trade. That sounds like some knucklehead shit. Did I just say knucklehead in 2025? Maybe I am getting old. But yeah, so yeah. I don't know why I keep saying yeah. I just don't know what else to say. Run out of things to say. You say knucklehead all the time? Bro, saying that down here in the South is pretty wild, I won't lie. Like, I don't even know why I said it. What neuron fired off for me to say that? You're an old soul bee. You know, it was really funny because you guys know me. I don't even vote. I don't like voting in politics. I think it's stupid. But I like watching a lot of like history stuff and really big war history stuff. So like, I really love like history. Um, Not even just war shit, but that is just the most interesting stuff. But of course, but I saw that like clip of what's his name, Shane Gillis, and he was like, if you like watching history or war history in your 20s or 30s, you might be an early onset Republican. I just could not stop fucking laughing. I guess that's like a stereotype. I didn't know it was, but I thought that was pretty fucking funny. Because you're talking to me. Yeah, it's your fault. And the Roman Empire. uh, no, dead ass. The Roman Empire. History Channel's pretty cool. I haven't even watched the History Channel in forever, bro. There are so many YouTubes that make like highly, insanely good graphic like images, like detailing different things. It's just, I'm so impressed with YouTube content these days. I'll find you the one History Channel I used for like Rome and shit since you said Rome. Please tell me it pops up. There's gonna be like a million channels for Rome history, but I found one specifically from this kid. He was in college for a class, and he made this channel for the class, and then his channel ended up blowing up, so he ended up making more videos for it. And I was like, okay, well, fuck, now I gotta keep watching. And his videos are so fucking good. I gotta find him though, if you're even interested in that kind of thing. But he goes over like why I was listening is because like you hear like, oh, Julius Caesar was the goat, or oh, Alexander the Great was the goat, but like, you never hear why. You just hear that they were the greats. You never understand why or anything. So I watched all these videos to understand why, or even more modern shit than that with like Napoleon. It's just like people say he was the greatest, but like, why? Why was he the greatest? And then you go and you investigate for yourself, and you're like, holy shit, bro! People back then were built differently, bro. I mean, y'all remember the story I told y'all about the calendar from Julius Caesar. Like, there's crazier stories than that. That was just the one that I thought was cool. Okay, this isn't the channel. I can't find it, bro. Oh, I found it. I found it. Holy shit. It's called Historia Civilis. Yeah, he has 1 million subs now. That's crazy. I watched this dude when he had no subscribers. I witnessed this channel blow up. But he goes over like the politics, and he goes over the like battle tactics of Rome as well as Julius Caesar. He goes over a lot of other shit too. But this was literally just a college student just coming up with videos for like a class, I guess, or something. I really don't know. And then his videos started getting like hundred thousands of views. You see, like every video has like a million views. That is insane, dude. Looks like he put one up 3 months ago. But there's a bunch of these. Like, does he have a playlist for the ones I'm talking about? I think it's this one. Yeah, Julius Caesar. So you can watch this whole playlist on just Julius Caesar. And then there's one on Alexander the Great, which I haven't finished this one, but I didn't watch Alexander from him. I watched it from someone else. But yeah, so if y'all want to check that out, you can. But like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, a kid on YouTube is making videos, and look at him now. Like, that's crazy. Leery of it, half the crap you see now is AI. Well, yeah, but but a lot of the time, like on YouTube specifically, like I don't know about every other platform, a lot of the AI shit is like labeled, right? On a lot of social medias nowadays, AI stuff isn't labeled, which is that's a problem. Not labeling it is a problem, but it is a little disgusting how much AI slop is out there nowadays. Because like, there's probably like 5% of it where I'm like, haha, that's cool, haha, that's funny, like I like that, and then 95% of the AI slop, I'm like, why did I need to see that? Internet wise, AI is only 5% there for me. Josh, I know you like the fat electrician. And yeah, sorry, I kind of turned into a little nerd there, started talking about stupid shit. I told y'all though, I really do like the history stuff. I really don't care about like the politics of it all. Like it's really really cool just kind of understanding like some of the world's greatest human beings that have ever lived. Like it's crazy because like the feats that you hear from people today feel like we're mice compared to the people that were back then. Like in any time period, it's actually crazy. Even just back in like World War I, World War II, like bro, to be in that time period, you had to be built different. The Fat Electrician. Oh, is this another one of those channels where it's like someone who used to be in the service, like reacting to things? There's a shit ton of these channels. I'm Nick. I'm a former, yep, 6'8" medic. Currently a journeyman electrician and jujitsu coach. Holy fuck. Don't mess with somebody who knows jujitsu. Huh. I'll subscribe to him. I've never heard of this guy. There are a lot of channels like this, though. But it looks like he actually goes over some cool shit. Oh, he actually does his videos. He's not just reacting to shit. How nice. The father of America's Navy, John Paul Jones. Bro, this guy knows. This guy has elite ball knowledge. I was literally just about to say, does he have a White Death video? I scroll down once. White Death. Cool. I'll check that out. Also, I don't know who in here needs to hear this, but River Monster streams 24/7 now on YouTube and has been for a while. Just saying, if anybody in here needed to hear that. Also, I think I saw Lord of the Rings being streamed by Warner Brothers on YouTube for free. They're on a big loop right now, I believe. YouTube's kind of just blessing the consumers right now. Free Lord of the Rings, free River Monsters, man. Did y'all see that they're getting rid of the lady that ruined Star Wars? Any Star Wars fanatics out there? To be honest, thank goodness for YouTube because History Channel fell out bad. My big reason for YouTube, it isn't even for like the death of TV or anything. It's just like you can literally watch any walk of life that you want on here, pretty much. Not every walk of life, but almost every walk of life. Like, let's say you're like, you believe in these certain beliefs. You can go watch people who have those beliefs who also like the things you like. You can do that across anything on YouTube right now. You're a big introvert, but you fucking love watching camping videos. Guess what? There's tons of those. You're someone who you're an extreme person. You love going outdoors, but you love watching gaming videos. There's people like that. Like it's just crazy the different walks of life across YouTube. Like you can literally watch anyone do anything almost. There's so much shit nowadays on YouTube. I would say the two things I'm most proud of their growth, even though I have so much shit they could fix. YouTube would be one of them. But there needs to be a lot more fixed still. But you can't argue the fact that YouTube is a very powerful tool for some people. It's also a very, very cool platform for others. There's weather channels. There's weather channels on YouTube now that stream for free. Don't make you pay for anything and give you like actually accurate breakdowns of what's going to happen around here or there. Like it's pretty cool. I don't know. YouTube's really cool. Like I said, could have a couple fixes here and there, like I said, but it's not the end of the world. Be sure to drop a thumbs up on the stream, by the way, guys. Right now we're watching SPY trend up, not just because they failed to hold out from the gap up 50% fib here, but it's also just nice seeing them over the current day open right now. So trend is up, and they're up off of the gap up as well as from a higher low from the gap up. Very cool. Fell off, I meant? Yeah. No, I got what you meant. I mean, TV in general did fall off. Some people like to be like, oh, it's this next generation bullcrap, but it's like, no, bro, it's just there's other resources that are just way better. TV has its uses, don't get me wrong, but nowadays YouTube and Netflix will give you almost everything you need. I mean, you're almost just missing sports at that point. If you care about that, you're just that's about all you're missing right there. You can hear about all the new Hubble space, all the Hubble telescope. You can hear about all the new updates on YouTube for free. You don't have to have YouTube Premium. They've been sharing all that information for free. It's not like scientists only get that information. Like, it's just cool. There's so much shit on here. Like, everybody's like, release the Epstein files, release the Epstein files. It's like, man, YouTube, if YouTube had them files, they would release them in a fucking documentary across 12 episodes on YouTube just to farm those views. 100% they would. YouTube would drop it the week after they got them. Also, can someone explain this? These happen in my streams, and I swear it's like someone's trying to bot my channel. Like, explain that trend. Right? Pretty average trend, right? And then bam! And then back down again. I mean, what am I even really looking at here? Right? 20 to 30, that's very normal. What? Where did that come from? Okay, investment question. If you see the upside of anime gaining popularity, who do you think will take over the next 5 years in streaming those shows? Netflix or Sony? Who owns Crunchyroll? Sony owns Crunchyroll? I know Crunchyroll owns Funimation, whatever the fuck that one was called. That's when I started watching anime. It was right before they got acquired. Because I used to watch on that place, and then Crunchyroll bought them out. Who owns Crunchyroll? Bro, put in a hive down his viewer chart, then retest. Dude, it right? Thank you. That's literally what it looks like. I got like a random wick on my viewer chart. Sony bought them? All right, let's double confirm this. I believe you. I'm just making sure. Who owns? Okay, Sony. Okay, that is a good question then. This is a great question. The reason this is a great question, to explain this to anybody who doesn't know or doesn't care, Netflix has been an up-and-coming, emerging, growing market for animation, not even just for Japanese anime, but just animation in general. And now, but Sony for the longest time has been doing this because they own the fucking company that literally is the king. So that's a great question. In my opinion, whoever owns Crunchyroll wins in the long run, no matter what. But Netflix is doing a very big job by adding tons of the same popular titles, to their platform. Because you can go to Netflix and watch almost every popular title that Crunchyroll has. Popular title. Not all of them. There are a couple of them that aren't there. But a lot of your big boys are on Netflix. So that is a big, that's a thing. And then also Netflix makes their own. right? They buy out their own. I believe they own the rights to. Oh, what the fuck's the name of that anime? The one with like Meliodas, whatever that one has. But like, it's just crazy they do that because they have their own shows. That's a great question, man. As someone who's actually knowledgeable about this, that's a tough one. Over the next 5 years in streaming those shows, I have to say Sony, but only by a little because they own Crunchyroll. If they ever somehow don't own Crunchyroll in the future, which I don't think they'll ever do that, that would be so stupid. Then Netflix, but I have to go with whoever owns Crunchyroll, so Sony. Because I'm sorry, even I go to Crunchyroll for my shit. Even if I know it's on Netflix, I still go to Crunchyroll. Also, your bigger anime viewers are not going to go to Netflix for the same reason that, like, I had a problem watching One Piece, for instance. Like, when I watch One Piece, I go to Crunchyroll. You know why? Because for the longest time, not every episode's even on Netflix. So when I go to Netflix, I'm scared that I'm going to miss important episodes or important information. And think about that with any show or movie you're watching. Like, that would piss you off. You're missing an important part of it just because you're watching it on the wrong platform. That would fucking piss me off. So I think a lot of us are probably going to stick to Crunchyroll, but I would be lying if I said Netflix is not putting up a good fight because I love that Netflix is doing that. I have been glazing Netflix for the longest time, and then they started doing that, and I was like, okay, this is going to change the game. Because Netflix is doing it right. They're only grabbing the popular titles. They're not doing what Crunchyroll is doing and just owning everything, getting as much as they can, that's what Crunchyroll is. But Netflix is doing a good job of grabbing those popular titles and making sure they're on the platform for somewhat of a period of time because they've had like all the big ones on there for a while now. You could have watched Naruto 20 times over by now. But I don't know. I feel like your more OG anime viewer is just gonna stick to what they know, Crunchyroll. But you're oblivious or ignorant if you think Netflix isn't catching up or doing damage. Which I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying there are people out there that would be like, "No, Netflix is trash." It's like, are you sure? They're doing a great job of. They do that with good movies and shows too. They do a really good job of picking up the right movies and shows at the right time. For the longest time, they had like Band of Brothers and shit. They had like all these other ones, and then they got rid of them. What did they do? They picked up the newer series. Like they strategize when they drop titles. They're not stupid. Whoever's in charge of running, who picks up and drops the titles for Netflix, knows what they're doing. Because I have yet to see a cold take. Actually, there's been a couple cold takes by Netflix, but it hasn't happened in a while. But to answer your question, I'm gonna go with Sony. But the numbers on Netflix are scary. Here, I'll find that one for you that I was watching. The Seven Deadly Sins. That was the one I watched on Netflix. That's some dweeb shit for real. But I'm sorry, you're lying or you're tripping if you're watching One Piece on Netflix, where there's like randomly missing episodes. Yeah, I guess that's my answer then. I wanted to put a lot of thought on that because that was a good ass question. Yeah, anime is safe here. I'm just not gonna hone on it too heavily because I'm sure there's people in here that are like cringing out just hearing me say the word. Oh my god, you watch animation? Matty Ice, boy. Is Fipo in here today? The Austrian god. What's up, stream? What are we doing? What's everyone up to? We are into the lunch session now, sadly. Let's reflect. I want to see more of you guys do this too. Like, just simple reflections. Don't do like some super complex breakdown of whatever. Just be like, all right, what did it do? Settled from the open, retook open, haven't made it to the first extension target yet. That's it. Simple, quick recap. Keep it simple. I want to start seeing more of you guys do that. Peace out, my bro. Chop Fist today. Oh, Chop Fest today. Catch you some other time. Great time, bud. Thank you, man. I'll see you later, Paulie. And yeah, we'll have plenty of streams, man. 2026 will be fucking huge. How many different days we're gonna get that are just gonna be amazing. We're gonna be fine. It just sucks. We might have to wait more than not for a bit. Same amount. Just wanted to pop in for a few. Got to go run some errands. See you guys, or see you again tomorrow. See you later, Maddie. Why is my dog barking? She's like, "Hey, open your door. Open that door." Sweet. See you next year. Bet. I'll be streaming more this week. I was just, in case you don't want to look at this shit, I'll see you then. What's up, though, stream? Who's all still alive? Who is still here with me? Dogs don't like doors that are closed. Yeah, you're not lying. I have scratches on the other side of my door to back that up too. My 35 cents buys and 20 45. Good shit, Sandollar. I saw your update. Rocks, what's up, Rocks? Good to see you again, bro. Just chilling now, see what everyone's doing. Taking a few off the table. Good shit, Sandollar. Always love seeing the Uncle Sandollar win. Oh, before I leave, I feel like Jake Paul getting hit by. Wait, you feel like Jake Paul getting hit by ES? Whatever happened to that? I'm like the one person on the internet that must not be watching Jake Paul, Logan Paul, anything. Did he get hit or something? Like, did he finally get hit? Did he finally not fight like an old person? Because I saw I think the only one I saw was the Mike Tyson one. Because I was like, okay, finally he's gonna get hit. But then after all that shit happened, I was like, bro, this is insane to the sport. Did he actually finally get hit? I mean, I'm serious. I might be the one person who doesn't know what's been going on with that. Broken jaw. He has a broken jaw, or he gave someone a broken jaw. It sounds like he got the broken jaw. I'll be honest. I never watched any of them, and then I watched the Mike Tyson one, and it made me remember why I don't watch them, because I'm like, wow, these are all scripted. I hate this. Like, not just scripted for entertainment, like horribly scripted for his success. Like WWE, it's scripted for entertainment, and they do actually fuck each other up. But it's like, that's different. This guy is literally just scripting for his success at the expense of others. Broke his jaw into places by Anthony Joshua. Oh my god. Should I just look up a clip then? Of course it took a guy named Josh to do it. Oh, I guess his name's Anthony. Bro, his last name is Joshua? That's crazy. Bro, is that not like a main character name? Anthony Joshua? Like, you know when you're watching Talladega Nights, he's like, what's your name? Ricky Bobby's like, bro's got 2 first names. Like, this guy has 2 first names. You could even argue his name could be Joshua Anthony, and it makes sense. Where was this fight taking place at? It couldn't have been in America, right? Anthony Joshua knocks Jake Paul out in the 6th round. Oh. Wait, he actually thought he could fight this guy, though? Like, don't joke with me. Don't even be a hater right now. Did he actually think he could fight that guy? It was in Miami? Damn. Bro, Florida is so lit. Like, did he actually think he could fight in the same ring as that guy? Like, I'm sorry, confidence is one thing, but if I see another man across the ring from me, and he looks as big as that guy did, and I don't mean like, oh, he's got big muscle. Like, that guy's shoulders were big. That guy's neck was big. Brother, No, that's crazy. Wait, so he went from Mike Tyson to this guy? Or was there a fight in between that? There had to have been a fight in between that. There's no way. I'll be honest too. I didn't watch that one, but the one where he fought that UFC guy pissed me off too. Because I was like, why is he? Why are we boxing UFC fighters? Dude enjoys getting whipped for money. He was trying not to hurt him bad. Man, you know what's fucked up though is like I feel like he planned this. I feel like even this loss is scripted. He knew that that guy was gonna kick his ass because there's no way in his right mind he thought he would win that. He got toyed with from what this description's telling me. So he had to have known he was gonna get his ass whooped, dude. He had to have known. Oh my god, dude. Jake Paul might actually be kind of smart with that one. By creating a fake low, he's gonna get a 90% entry on his next fight. He's gonna whoever he fights his next fight, it's an instant we're making a ton of money fight. No matter who it is. Bro, he had to have done that on purpose. There's no way. And if he didn't, then he is actually the most unintelligent person on the planet with a ton of money. He would easily destroy Hawk Tua by a mile if he didn't actually plan that. Actually, I don't even know if Hawk Tua is the worst internet thing that happened. That's definitely the one that comes to mind when you think of just brain rot, cringe, just last two brain cell fighting each other energy. Damn, what a knockout though. I tell you what, if that was me, my jaw would have not just been broken. It would have been shattered and part of it in my brain, dude. That guy hit him fucking hard. He shouldn't have done any dance at the end though. He should have just done that to him and then just walked off. That would have been so epic. Just knock him out, walk off. Yeah, it wouldn't have been as good if he lost to old Tyson instead of Joshua in his prime. Yeah, man, I hated that Tyson fight. That was the first fight where I was like, all right, I'll finally see why the entire globe wants to watch this shit. I'll finally join in on this. And then that's the one I saw. He got an L but more rep. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. If he planned it, it's smart. I mean, I guess it's smart regardless, but like if he planned it, he himself is actually kind of smart. If he actually thought he could fight that guy though, I don't know how long he will make it. Spy can move again? Oh, 100%. Besides the gap up, we saw a lot of consolidation into a move that really didn't make it to any kind of fancy target. So I also agree. I think there's still plenty of movement left in this chart. It could also just be some really, really slow uptrend all day long. I don't know if that'd be the worst. To be fair, though, if we check our sectors, we can see that the sectors are also kind of doing this consolidation here. You can see our tech, our banks have been rallying all day, as we all know, of course. Discretionary has not left the range, even though they just tapped, the top side of the range. Exact opposite for comms to the bottom side of the range. Healthcare tapped their top of the range for the day. They are already back under their high of day right now. For their previous high of day, I should have said. And yeah, Staples I expect to be on the ground. It is funny though how tech didn't move anymore though. And that was when the market stopped moving a whole lot more. Again, just kind of re-adding on to that. I hate to say the same thing over and over and over and over and over again, but tech, man, XLK, it's the most important sector on the entirety of the market. I don't even know why I'm drawing that level. We're nowhere near it. I just like to do it to do it. Go through the method. Man, I did not sleep that long last night. It was good sleep, but it wasn't long. I keep yawning too because I can look over to my right and my puppy just passed out on the ground right now. She makes concrete look comfortable sometimes. We'll go outside and she'll lay on the concrete, and I swear, just like lays there and makes it look like she's laying on a pillow. Like, how are you able to do that? It looks painful. I'll like get down there and lay with her. I'm like, oh. God, One Piece enjoyers are gonna eat so good next year. I guess I could take a quick look at all those daily charts they were showing. I already know what Netflix Target. I kind of already know what CMG looks like. Yeah, because it reminds me of TTD before it fell more. Ooh. Little dark cloud cover double top. I see you. Good eye by Alst. Yeah, I don't really have much to say on the other ones. Good find on the WDC find, though. Mm-hmm. Man, we were just talking about shorting Walmart, but we're like, man, I hate shorting Walmart. It would have worked, but man, I don't like shorting Walmart. Not even like a bias thing. It's just like shorting defensive staple like companies is not really something you should be doing a whole lot. Oh, I deleted that chart. Yeah, now it's this one. And guys, I love how this started from here. Who was here? Who's in my streams or the breakdowns or watched any of the videos when I was going over the 50% of this candle on the top of this candle? We've been covering the same zone for freaking ever, man. We actually bought this dip. We kept being bullish during this dip. This was the only one that was actually sketchy because you had a big day and it was breaking. But then this happened. And it was like, well, fuck. Now we're just back to square one. And then a bunch of more buying happened. And this is like the first slowdown we've had since then. So like, you can't be too bearish yet because we have that context of like how much rallying we just did. I mean, we basically rallied from like 650 all the way to 690 in like a month. It's pretty crazy. So I don't think it's fair to be like, oh, this pullback is so bearish. It was definitely bearish in the moment, like coming down into this support. But I mean, like overall trend wise, nothing has changed yet. You're still bullish. It's just, it's okay to be like, okay, I think it's time to have an exhaust moment or a lower high moment for a pullback for consolidation, even. You know, maybe you're not bearish, but you would like to seek some consolidation. We have only covered this part 655 times. Yeah, you're not lying. I just like to reflect on it because it's kind of nice to remember that the simple shit is what matters. Because I think it's really easy to get lost in like the micromanaging side of things. You know, trying to make things so complex and like overthinking things. But in reality, being dumb and simple is honestly the best way to trade this market. Like, if we're being honest, just being the most dumb, innocent, simple person ever, you could probably destroy anyone's profits. Just be like some innocent, simple-minded person, you will destroy this market. Higher lows, do the second thing, candlestick patterns, good levels. Do the second thing. Do the second thing. That post had me, by the way, Carter. That was funny. Do the second thing. Do the second thing. Wait for the second thing. Over level guy candle kind of plays. But I like how like simple things can be. Because it is crazy how nowadays you'll see so many people like trying to make like things look so crazy, and I don't know. It ain't that crazy. It's just patterns. Also, I didn't even realize that 50% extension lines up with that next level above either. Literally, the 50% extension and the PDC or the gap halfway point line up with the level that was already on the chart. And remember, all these levels are like drawdown levels and just stuff like that. It's nothing super crazy. God, I cannot stop yawning. What are some things that we're looking to improve on in the next year? These are things you could think on. Rhetorical question, of course. You don't need to answer it, but in your own head or over the next couple weeks, probably a good thing to think about. What is something that you want to improve on within the Discord or within YouTube, or what do you want to better on yourself, or what do you want? What part of the system do you want to work on more? What do you want to learn better for next year? Maddie Clams did a great job kind of starting that conversation already. I didn't even see it was almost, or that it's over 11:30. Where's my phone? Sucks about that coin swig. Exits? You exit your trades? L. Exits are located at the front, middle, and rear of the aircraft. And you guys heard that from a legit pilot, so that's how you know it's not false info. I'm coming back, so I gotta get to the back to wait. I'm coming back, so I got to get back to charting my levels and stick to the plan, not let my anxiety push me out of my game plan. That's true. It's a tough mental thing, man, to get over. But you just got to remind yourself that the template of what you're going for, or like your setup, or whatever, like however your levels are placed, or whatever, trade template you're going for, you just got to remember, like, there's a template for what you're doing. Your emotions and all that is not a part of that template. Like when we're drawing like our 50% of something, we're using that for control. Like, your decision is based on what price action happens from that area. You're already more bullish than bearish because you're above it or below it, if you're bearish, for instance. So it's just like finding that initial context and then adding on to that context to keep yourself confident. And then at any point, as soon as those couple of stair steps of confirmations that helped get you in start to fail, that's when it's like, okay, fuck, I'm out. Let me get out. Let me get out before this starts to truly F me. I think sizing appropriately for certain trades, also managing L's, the battle for all. True. The battle for all is the most important. Not just worried about like having big wins, but also keeping your losses small so your winners can have larger impact, even if maybe on some certain days they aren't the biggest. And that's why I'm really happy that I posted all those swing trading results from my callouts, because I truly believe that was a really good example for having good risk reward. Because you guys could see I had many failed trades, but the risk reward was still there. And we even had some that were out of my control and we had to take a large loss. We're going to have instances like that, but those instances should be rare. They shouldn't be happening too often, right? You can lose often and still be very profitable. But what you can't do is lose big often, because that's very impossible to climb back up that hill. It's basically Mount Everest at that point. As many of you are probably well aware. It's not like what I'm covering is like, hidden or anything, but I know all of you know it just as well as I. A lot of you in here too have experience. It's just like, you need to actually take advantage of it. Did you spend that time being fearful of everything and not actually trading something? Then you do just need a full reset. Did you spend that time actually doing things? Okay, well, let's refresh ourselves in those things. Like, it's all about mindset. Oh, I don't need to look at that. I know what I'm doing. Like, okay, I didn't say you didn't know what you were doing. Don't take it personal. Refresh, get back into it. Take your time. And you saw, like, a lot of people in my chat, when they get back into it, they don't get back into it that next week. They wait like a month or more. Like, people in my chat take it serious. They don't just come back and they're like, all right, time to just assume that I'll have no repercussions for not practicing or thinking about this shit at all. No. They know if they jump in too early, they're screwed. And what's worse than losing and not knowing why is winning and not knowing why. Because if you win and not know why, you'll think you were correct. You'll think you were smart. You'll think what you did was right, and that's what you need to be looking for every time. And you'll continuously make that mistake because you are reinforcing bad habits. And that's why we make clear with our levels and our candlestick patterns what is bullish and what is bearish, and what's the in-between. Where's the void? Where's the gap? Where's the part of the chart that doesn't need to be traded? There's sometimes that will be there. Like in today's case, it kind of felt like if you didn't take a bearish trade from 684 to the downside, it felt like you were missing out. And then we started consolidating. And then it kind of felt like, okay, well, now it kind of feels like we're just going to stick here or we're going to pop up. We're only able to make those conclusions or able to even guess at that or predict at that because of what the probabilities of the directional levels are telling us. Right? There is an order to things. We're not just in here making this shit up. And I hope more people in here get to that conclusion on their own too, at their own, with their own hard work, being like, oh, well, I know that's why this can do this and that can do this. Conditional thinking too. Like, not everything there's nothing that's 100% certain ever. You can have high certainty, you can have low certainty, but you're not going to have 100% or 0%. It's never just one-sided. Random, but is end of year a very good time for leaps? I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. I'm not even gonna answer that and be like, yeah, it is or no, it isn't. I know that the volume is a lot worse end of year and beginning of next year, but that's an interesting question. Because if you think about it, just from what we've covered in here, there are a lot of staple stocks at the end of the year right now at some lows. A lot of your tech stocks are kind of closer to their highs right now for the majority. But that's an interesting question. I wonder if you could get data on that. Out of all the top, that'd be a lot of data. How would you filter that for just the best long-term leaps? You'd want to make it to where there are multiple sectors in it, but you don't want to do every stock from every sector in it, and you don't want to do the entire of the S&P because that's just crazy. But that's where you would definitely start. You would want to filter out your S&P stocks. Find some good quality ones that are at some crazy lows, or you could also just click that link that Maddie gave us last week. Does anybody have that link, or do I need to resend it? That was a very cool link he sent. Here it is. I'll send it in the YouTube chat. By the way, you can just click the X on the disable ad blocker thing. I don't know why they even have that. Paste. And what he does is he looks at like the middle of the list or the lower part of the list, and he just looks at that, which I thought that was really cool because I don't get to see like those percentages in that set way on Thinkorswim. So it's kind of cool to see that website because it kind of shows you a different POV of the stock market and what could be value versus what's not. Not just based on the chart, but based on like how much it's up or down, maybe. That site's really cool, though. I started using that ever since Maddie sent it. I have it as one of my taskbar things. I don't know, Dr. J. That's a good question, too. Ask that question in TradeFloor and tag Tin Man and username. Tin Man is 100% like the go-to guy, but I always like to tell y'all to tag username, too, just in case he's not answering. It took me a few years to get back into the market. Trading or learning from the wrong people will break anyone. Yeah, that too. That's another good fucking point by Rocks right there. You know, let's say you were in a group and you invested a lot of time and energy into it. You were passionate, not even just a group, just applied energy into the wrong thing. Like you're going to be so just distraught after that. You're going to be out of energy. You're going to be out of it. It's not even that you're being negative or anything. It's just like you applied so much energy and passion into one thing and then it just went to shit, and I see that a lot with people that are like from other groups that end up joining here or, just something like that. They're like, bro, I've been in like 4 groups. And it's just like, I've talked about this a lot on my streams, but I always feel bad for like people who are in a lot of these groups because like there's no way for you to know that. Like even you right here in my group, you don't know if we're a good group or not. Just because I sit here and I talk about these things, like it's just like it's so hard to like split that difference and understand what is good, what is bad, like that stuff. And then it sucks too because I have like I won't name names, but I have a couple people in my chat. One of them's a mod, and he used to be a mod in another chat. And the reason he's here is because that group started getting so toxic. They would talk down to their members. Like there'd be people getting like 80, 90% wins. And they would say that those were small and not good enough and that they should just stop posting if they're going to get gains that small. And it's like, what? Like, what kind of brain rot chat is this? And so ever since then, that person has been a mod in my chat, a very respected mod in my chat. And you know what's funny too? I have never once told this person, hey, go into that chat and start inviting a bunch of people into our chat. That very thing is the same thing anybody else would do. In my chat, we don't like to do that. I don't want to maliciously invite people into my group. I don't want people to maliciously join my group. I don't want either side of that coin. How did it break you? I swear. Oh, you're talking to him. I thought you were rhetorically asking me that. But yeah, it does suck when you meet someone and they're like, man, I put all this energy into the groups, blah 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 blah. I've had people be like dead at they'll be like, bro, can you please give me your course for free and I'll sign up if I end up liking it? Like you can hear the desperation in some of these people. Like they're just willing to grab onto anything because they've applied so much energy into other groups and they come here and they have no energy left. And it's like, I don't even blame them. I don't even blame half those people, if any of them at all. Because I know exactly what that's like. That's exactly why this group started. I used to apply so much energy into this group. The owner ended up not even being like a real thing at all. Like ended up being like a huge scammer. And then left, blocked all of us without saying anything. And it's so weird. And then it turned into just a big ordeal. And then a lot of people wanted me to start my own group because I was like the main guy who talked in there when I was in there. But yeah, that was just fucking crazy. So I know exactly what it's like. Like bar for bar, I know exactly what it's like to experience that feeling where you apply so much energy and passion into something and then it just gone for nothing. But I was so pissed off. I wanted it to not just be for nothing, and then we ended up making this group because it was just like there was so much energy put into nothing at one point. I was a trade follower who learned nothing from callouts that were always late, causing losses. Now I learn and take mostly my own trades. Good shit. Makes sense. The old learning to fish versus getting a fish. Yeah. And that's how it is in my chat, man. Like, even if there are people who tag along with me here and there, like, that's cool. But everybody in here will tell you. And I know you know this now too, but like, it's just better to do it on your own. You actually understand it. And even if you do end up, let's say Dr. J goes in chat and maybe you've seen him do this 100 times. You've seen him call out SPY above current day open into previous day high when the previous day high is above the CDO. And you've seen him do it 1,000 times over. You know, following along with that, that's not really following. That's just like, okay, there's a fucking pattern I'm seeing here. Dr. J kills this trade every time he sees CDO break to PDH. So I'm gonna follow him on that. You know, I understand it. I want to follow him on that. You know, that's not really following. That's more understanding and being motivated by someone else who pointed out this pattern. You know, guys, I tend to notice every time we gap up, we go back down to that 50% and then we bounce, you know, just small stuff like that. You know, it's nice to pick up on the tendencies of price when it's in a certain part of the chart or when it opens a certain way. So I love the different ideas and the different traders in my chat because of that exact reason. Just the amount of them that want to do it on their own. And it's cool to support someone else if you do want to follow along with them. Like it's not like we don't do call outs, we don't post swings, we don't do that. Like we do all that too. It's just not promoted heavily because I don't want a bunch of idiots in my chat. You guys realize, right? If I posted all of your gains on my Twitter, we would have 10,000 people in this chat by next month. Like, I do not want idiots in this chat. It is very rare that you will see me post gains from someone in my chat. Like I did that guy's CCL initial post because I was just like, holy shit, somebody took my swing. But like, it's very rare you'll see me post that stuff because it just brings the wrong kind of people and it promotes the wrong kind of thinking. You know, if you want to follow along, cool. If you want to do it on your own, also cool. Equally as cool. Maybe even a little bit more cool. Saying cool a lot. But yeah. It's also cool too because you bump into Rocks, you bump into Dr. J, you bump into Username, you bump into me, you bump into Tinmay, you bump into Leland, you bump into Garden, you bump into Carter, you bump into this guy, you bump into Gary, you bump into this guy. Yeah, you're bumping into so many people who are on the same mindset as you, and it is so nice. It is a fucking sigh of relief when you feel that feeling for the first time. When you're like sitting there and you're maybe you're not even frustrated, maybe you're just chilling. You know, I'm not even going to come from a point of frustration, but maybe, even if you are, you know, and you're just sitting there chilling, you see someone do something in chat, and they're like, "Yo, guys, I just bought over pre-market high, and it had a piercing line, and I love that it had a morning star right before it to kind of give me that early on buy." Like when I see shit like that, I get so hyped, man. I get so hyped because someone did that all on their own, and it's just using shit we've gone over a million times in here, you know. Like, it means a lot to me because it's just something we went over. You know, I don't really care. It's like, oh my god, that's my thing that they did. Now I have to go promote to Twitter and tell everyone that they did what I told them to do. Like, that's basically what every trading group is doing right now. I don't want to be like that because that doesn't feel human. I don't feel like a person when I'm typing like that. Oh my god, guys, look at what Garden Trader did. She did this because I told her to, so I have to post these again so I can get more people to join my chat, so I can get more people to call out to. It's like, brother, what is your deal? I'm not doing that. People want to follow along, they can. All you gotta do is listen. But I like how many people in chat do it on their own and promote people to do it on their own, and also in a motivating way, in a positive light. When someone's down, I always see like 2 or 3 people message them or talk about, hey, I messaged this guy, I hope that's okay with you. I'm like, yeah, man, that's cool. I hope you guys keep more of that in the chat so we can all see it. But I don't totally blame some of you when some of you go to the DMs and are like, hey, man, I hope you're doing good. I saw your trade today. I saw you messed up on this part, but hey, you did good on this. But like, it's kind of good to just kind of keep each other going. And you can only come from that point of view if you're actually on that mindset. If you're all taking callouts, you're not even using your brain. You can't even begin to have this discussion. Josh gives us information to help us profit nothing is 100% rocks. And thank you for saying that. Even with calls, have to be confirmed. I'll be right back, guys. My dog just threw up right at my feet. Earn it back. What did I even miss? I don't think I missed any messages. Oh, wait. Yeah, I did. Even with call out stuff, to be careful to follow. Every successful trader in chat will hold their scalp loses a winner way longer than me. Yeah, that's true too. I feel like on my swings, I'm way looser because I'm from a mindset where I'm like let's say the play is 1.12 to get in. Right? Like, I know I get in that. I'm not entering my entire account. So my stop loss can be comfortable. Not loose, but it can be comfortable. Whereas on my scalps, you definitely want to keep those, a little bit more minimized just because as soon as you're wrong, it's like, all right, get out. Like, you don't, sometimes that could be within a minute. You never know. Also being different instruments, same days versus future. Yeah, that too. Yeah, bro, gotta learn to be happy for others. I used to get green hairs when I would see mill post. I mean, in a way though, Pike, how do I word this? How do I word this to someone who doesn't know what happened to Mill? Let's just say this much, Pike. I'm glad he's gone, and I'm glad that his gains were fake. Because the amount of people he probably gave that excitement to, just like you, was a lot. Like, he probably single-handedly ruined traders in my own group. He single-handedly probably ruined a few traders. And a lot of my traders are mature. They're not going to come to my DMs and be like, yo, what the fuck? This guy in your chat lost me all these money. Like, they're mature. They're not going to, because it's not actually his fault. It's their fault still. But I also like to place some blame on him as well, because that does cause a lot of, like, not even FOMO. It's just like, man, I want to get in on that action too. And it brings the worst out of people. Not just mentally, but trading wise. Your trading will suck. Because you're trying to recreate a trader's trades who aren't actually making those trades, which is a big fucking red flag. I don't know why my puppy threw up. My mom always comes over here and gives her shit, so it's probably from her. It was FOMO, but he was a big liar. Yeah, he was probably the biggest liar I think I've seen in my chat. It actually kind of hurt my feelings. Like, I still think about that shit here and there. Because, like, you guys have to understand, like, when someone calls out someone in my chat, I almost always just take it both sides of the story, and then I just go off of that, right? But in this instance, I didn't even need the other side of the story. When you're posting a trade of having like 10,000 contracts of something, but the volume and open interest for that exact contract for that entire day never exceeded like 2,000, yeah, that's fake, because you're providing information that never actually happened. I never tried to follow Mill's trades. He averaged down way too much before I found out the truth. Yeah, that was probably what stopped me from following a lot of his trades. Because if you go back on my stream and listen to me break down a lot of his trades, I'd be like, bro, you really need to focus on. I remember telling him how many times to stop shorting above CDO or stop longing below CDO, just as like a basic rubric for him. Because there were so many trades where he would like just take it the extra mile, and he'd average down like 70 times. Also, the person who called him out used to be their own group owner. And he sometimes in my chat is more as like a moderator type to kind of like, sometimes if he has bots, I tell him. If I have bots, he tells me. Also, he's just, when his group took a break, because he took a break, he joined my group just to kind of casually chill because he didn't really have anywhere else to go. So it wasn't just like another trader in my chat called him out. It was another group owner that I actually somewhat trust called him out. It's not even like some random new hater came into my chat and said all this shit. Like, no, I had someone actively watching this man's trades for like a month. That was the only way we figured out he was fake trading. Because I'm not going to sit there and be like, yo, provide that this is real. Because you could fake everything these days. And I don't even want to know what you can fake with AI. I don't even want to know. I don't. But no, Pike, don't feel like an idiot. We all believed him. You weren't the only one. I believed him. Don't get me wrong, though. I know the capabilities of a lot of my traders. As soon as I start seeing someone pushing higher than 4-figure gains, I start to question it a little bit. Not saying most of my people can't do that. It's just I know that my people aren't risking that. My people are people that if they saw themselves up 4 figures, they would take profit or at least trim. And a lot of my best traders don't call out. That's another fact. A lot of my best traders don't call out because that's not their job. A lot of my best traders do what they do, post reviews when they feel like it, come into the chat when they feel like it, dip in when they feel like it. Because guess what? That's what the chat's supposed to be used for. Stopping by when you need to or when you care to. Not because you need to. Not because you rely on it. Not because if you don't check the chat, you're going to lose money today. He was an energy vampire. That's a really, really good way to put that, SK. By the way, it's so good seeing your name pop up in chat more and more. That's my aloha. You think you may have found me through that guy if you're the one you're thinking about? Is his name For Profit on Discord? He's from like a very private, select field of people. He's very professional. A mid trader, but really didn't have the success he claimed. Yeah, 100%. And I hate to call out stuff like that because like you put so much energy into somebody, and I'm not going to sit here and question everybody in my chat. You know, like that's not what it's here for. That's also a big reason why I don't post y'all's gains or y'all's losses and stuff too, because like I don't know if all this shit's real or not. You could all be lying to me for all I know. You could all be one person on 20 different accounts trolling me right now. I have no idea. You know, from my point of view, it's just all it's all gray. Don't think that was him. Who'd you come from? You could say the name. You ain't. I'm not. It doesn't hurt my feelings. Or maybe it will. Let's see. I feel like I know who you're thinking about, though. I think you're thinking about the bull guy. I can't remember their name. It's like one of them's a Marine or was a Marine. It's like a group of guys that were in the military that run that other group. Oh, Penny Slayer. Oh, you're talking about that lady. What is her fucking name? I literally talked to her before. I don't remember now. Wow. That's not who I was thinking of, though. Oh, yeah. That's who I was thinking of as Sandy. Not Sandy. Penny Slayer. Who the fuck is Penny Slayer? That name sounds familiar, though. By the way, it is past noon. So nobody's allowed to get mad at me for not talking about stocks. Oh, puppy's back. Figuring out door mechanics? Yeah, I don't remember Gary, but that name does sound familiar. Honestly, there's like so many aliases online, and I don't pay attention to any of them anymore, and haven't for a long time. So that's probably another reason I can't remember. Nothing personal to anybody that I've not talked to in a while, but I don't know. You just stop trusting people online. I've had a lot of people be like students or members in my group, whatever you want to label it. I don't really care about the label. Um, like start out in my group as like a guppy, as a newbie. I've even had some of them be like, "This is my first group ever," and nowadays they're like an owner of another group, or they signal and make money off of people monthly. It's like some people are just really shitty. I've had a lot of people from my chat do that because my strategies are powerful and they just copy them, they use them, they rename them. Nothing I can do about it. I used to get really pissed about it, so I try my best not to now, but I'm probably more out of energy to get mad at it anymore, but it's just like after seeing shit like that, you just stop trusting most people online. Especially the people that like are in your circle, like not your circle, but your space of the internet. Like we're in the trading space. Like I don't trust anybody from this fucking space. I trust some of the people in my chat. That's about it. I'll have to look it up later. I could swear one of those mods under the groups hang out. Owners of the group hang out here from time to time. Yeah, if you remember that, let me know. I think I was in a group with the person of that name. Played all mostly penny stocks. They're volatile for my taste. Yeah, they are definitely volatile. Not saying they're bad, just not for me. Yeah, they're not bad. It's just different ball game. No hate to penny stock traders. This is the captain speaking, is what one of the guys said. Yeah, I definitely have no clue then. That sounds like some shit Jay Dunn would say. This is the captain speaking. I could see him saying that. I'm not sure. I don't think that's who you're talking about, though. To be honest, we can make a series about all the drama that's happened in StockTube/Twitter since. Oh. I don't know. That would bring a lot of enemies to this channel, and then this channel would go from trading to drama. I don't know. This is so much lower energy than that. Market makers manipulate penny stocks like mad. Yeah, 100%, because the liquidity is probably easier to manipulate. No hate, just for me. This. Oh yeah, no, you're good. You're good. No, I'm not taking that as hate. That's just facts. And yes, they were heavy into penny stocks. That was one of the guys' handle. I actually have no clue then. If you were to ask me who's a famous penny stock trader, I couldn't even tell you a single name because I just don't pay attention to that space. I really don't remember. What did I click? Oh. By the way, I always open up my settings and go to the time axis, and then I lower this because I can't stand how much of the chart is like, I don't know. That's another reason trading views better in some instances like that. Like you don't have to worry about that kind of shit. That's alien language to them. Why does this look like a really good buy the dip chart? Probably that bullish kicker followed by a bullish hammer. You posted stuff in the Discord I'm thinking of. Dude, somebody needs to keep me away from this ticker. If you guys ever see me pull this up and be like, yo, we should swing MO, be like, Billy, remember that time? And then I'll be like, oh, wait, yeah. And I'll stop. So anytime I bring this up, guys, tell me to get the fuck off the screen. Okay? This is the ticker. This ticker needs to be blacklisted. This might be the first blacklisted bidder buys ticker ever. I truly believe this is the most manipulated S&P 500 stock, New York Stock Exchange equity in the planet. That's my tinfoil hat message of the day. Like your bot or something. Oh, like you're saying the guy posted stuff like same template like that with the bot. You know what's funny? And I told you this a million times. It's not like this is a fucking trade secret or anything. Like, look at how many reactions my post gets. Like maybe not now. Maybe not now is a great time, but like back in the day, nobody would react to like posts. Like initially they would, and then over time they kind of decay off. And you kind of use reactions to keep people engaged. Kind of like, hey, come back, check this, even if you're not relying on it, like, hey, come back, check this. But yeah, what I was trying to say though is, when you post with the bot, it looks all professional. It looks like some nerd runs your Discord. But yeah, it's not really anything crazy. But what I was trying to say though is the bot will get like way more reactions because it looks more professional. Hey, Lily, quit licking the stickers off of my fucking computer. Come here. Come here. She wants attention very badly. I'm just going to go through a few more tickers and then I think I'll end the stream. If anybody has any questions while I'm just kind of going through some of these, let me know. Or if you just have anything to say, it doesn't necessarily have to be a question, I guess. And if you're not, you're done, you're heading out. It was a good stream. I appreciate you being here. Be sure to drop a like. Should be live tomorrow, unless the planet just blows up or something. I don't think it will, so we should be fine. Unless hell freezes over, should be here tomorrow. Oh my god, Microsoft might be the most perfect dip buy tech chart I've seen today. Call me crazy. Oh, the rest looks like shit though. It's gonna be another one of those days where only Microsoft is green and then everything falls. We'll see. I think heavy emphasis needs to be put on the tech charts today. I think it's very important we understand that we are on a gap up after a gap up from a bullish kicker. So I honestly give this 50-50 that we higher open again tomorrow. I would put that on a fat 50-50 now, just because we've done a bullish kicker and then we did this day, but we didn't follow through by going up more. We just kind of like chilled out. So we're still bullish, looking to go higher, it feels like, just based off candlestick patterns. Because you have an inside bar breakout. But what a lot of people aren't going to see is that this is not just a normal gap up. That is a kicker. A kicker is so fucking strong. I saw who your first one was from, Sand Dollar, because I've seen you on Twitter or something with her, I think. I was like, who is this chick he's randomly replying to? And then I realized it was like a trading group used to be, and I was like, oh, okay. I was like, who is he? Like, what is he doing? I have seen her once before because you on Twitter, I think. Unless that was a different person I'm thinking of. That's very cool though. Man, 3 months is really good actually after doing something like that, because I know for a fact 99% of people make that gain. They're making that Discord to charge other people like the next day or that same night. So waiting a while, she probably got pushed into doing it because of the support. Like, hey, can you do this? So that's how you're supposed to start a Discord, is through support. Other people wanting you to make it, not let me go make this. I could scam people and take other people's ideas. Hell yeah. Like, if you just randomly start one out of the blue, nobody was asking you to do it. Like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? At least have some starting support or something. Build your support. Even start from scratch like the rest of us. Don't take away from fucking what other people have built. Bro, healthcare looks good. Honestly, we need to probably look at some healthcare stocks, some staple stocks, and honestly, tech is interesting too because I feel a really interesting like hidden retest here. I feel like today is a potential retest just because of what the past couple days have done for us. I mean, this is nuts. Seeing this happen, right? Seeing this day be here after this day did this is crazy. A lot of liquidity trapped. And then seeing a bullish kicker follow up after this is like, all right, we're all buying now. And then now you have like short term, like take profit / idiots who think we're still bearish, potentially. Could also be just geniuses who know that we're going down. But it really does feel like we're going to at least smack our head against that. Just based on the candlestick patterns, what they're saying to us. And you go to their SPY chart, where would that put us? That'd probably put us against smacking our recent high right here, which a lot of our extension targets are there now. So, I don't know. Interesting. Interesting thing to think about. All right. Well, if you have no more questions or anything, thank you guys again for all the likes. I'll see you guys on the next one. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. Hope you have a great rest of your day. And yeah, if you guys have anything else, please feel free to come into the Discord. I'd love to see more of you guys post some charts. I know it's getting slow because it's the end of the year now, but definitely come in here and share what you're looking at, even if it's just some super, super basic stuff. Brother. What am I even looking at? That's my favorite GIF, however you pronounce that word. I mean, what are we looking at, dude? Like, what am I even looking at? Bro, I took profit on that a fucking minute ago. This guy has balls of steel. We entered here. We exited here. Right? That next day flew, so we got out. Bro, he held through all of that. And it's here now. Is this all-time high? Oh, no, not even close. That's right. These are down heavily. COVID era was not good to these. What is COVID high? COVID high supply. We're already above it. Jesus. All right, well, that destroys that. Where is this then in the grand scheme of things? Oh, that's not what I meant to click. There we go. Okay, so that's what I was wanting to know. Yeah, that was above COVID high. That's crazy. So what is this then? That's way back when. All-time high way over there in the 2018. Then COVID. That's crazy. This is the highs of COVID that we're getting back into again. That is fucking nuts. Bro, actually, though, what am I looking at when I look at this? Like, what am I looking at? My jaw is, like, genuinely on the ground, right? I don't know how I'm even talking right now. What am I looking at? Bro, I took profit on that fat-ass highlighted candle. You're telling me this man held through 2 more fat-ass candles? This man has a huge set of balls.
This is absolutely disgusting. Less than 100. Now they're over 400. That's absolutely disgusting what I'm looking at. I don't even know what to actually say. Like, nothing of sustenance to say here. Just like, what? It's crazy to say that it could take out COVID highs and move a little more too. Isn't that January 16th? I've been calling out January 16th a lot. Yeah. Technically, this dude has just under a month still. About 3 weeks. That's crazy. Cheaptastic is farming cruise lines. That's the headline. All right, well, I am going to end the stream now, guys. Sorry about that. I had to relish in how insane this guy is and how insane those gains are. But yep, I'm going to end it there. I'm going to post a couple updates in the chat real quick, and then I'm going to end the stream. Not like there's much to really mention anyway. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, it actually did hit the fib extension target on SPX. Oh, almost put that on the wrong channel. All right, I'm going to end the stream now for the 100th time. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully some of the information was helpful. Not the craziest of days, but it's whatever. See you guys later on.